I was just begging a question, right? This is totally speculation, so please don't derive any scientific like consensus from this in any way, shape, or form, because I'm not a scientist at all, and Cory Campbell is, but he does shit with lasers. That's how I'm describing you from now. I'm no longer describing you as a PhD.
I wish I was cool enough to work with lasers.
Wasn't that what some of your research was doing? Was spectron?
Well, I use optics and light, but not strictly speaking lasers.
This is what happens when you talk to a scientist. See, this is why we need a scientist here, and we need me. People go, why would you bring, like, just let this guy talk? No, you need people like me, because I say lasers, and he goes, actually.
Yes, I am.
And
I am pedantic and anal about these things. Totally.
What I was wondering, I was like, what I thought would be interesting is if someone could do, I would like fund a research of laboratory control, maybe not laboratory control, but at least like controlling for variables. Individuals who have never been diagnosed with COVID that are vaccinated, and then individuals who have never been diagnosed with COVID that are unvaccinated, right? And then just tracking them, and then doing serology later after they catch COVID, and wondering if that, because there's this idea, which I mean seems to be true, which is vaccinated, catch COVID, ultimate protection, right? Like that's the creme de la creme of protection, is both having recovered from COVID and being vaccinated. Followed closely by people who have recovered from COVID, followed closely by people who are vaccinated that have gotten COVID, and then like way down at the bottom of that list is like unvaccinated, uninfected people. Right?
Although I think like Omicron might be changing some things. Like I think if you've like been previously infected with Alpha, I think Omicron kind of like throws a wrench in that like situation of like your protection, I think.
Yeah, well, it's hard to tell, because it's like, you know, we know that there's a lot of variation in the spike protein, Omicron. Right?
Exactly.
And we know that the vaccine is based upon spike protein that don't necessarily match up with it. And they're not as bad in terms of Delta because there's less variation in Delta. So I get what you're saying from that perspective. So it kind of might be one of those things that the time to do this study is kind of already gone with Omicron. But I'd just be curious to see if because of the asymptomatic nature, much more common asymptomatic nature of, let's say, individuals that are vaccinated, right? They're far more likely to be asymptomatic and far less likely to be hospitalized. So it'd be interesting to see if acquired immunity from a natural infection affords, on average, actually for Omicron, actually better protection, because they're much more likely to be symptomatic, right? And because they're much more likely to be symptomatic, I wonder if, and because they're much more likely to have, you know, exchange in the lower respiratory tract and the alveoli, like I wonder if you have a more beefed up immunity. It's something that's like I'm just kind of thinking about, and I don't know.
These are all really good questions. And I do recall reading a preprint, so not in a full official peer-reviewed study, about how like with the Omicron infection, there's some data showing that, let's say, as you mentioned, prior infection does give you really good protection. Let's say prior infection with Alpha or Delta, but it seems like with Omicron, like there's still pretty, unfortunately, let's say decent chances that you can now get like doubly or reinfect with Omicron after you've had an Omicron infection.
Right.
Where it's like Omicron appears to have like pretty strong immune evasion. Which is also like bleeds into like.
I've been hearing that a lot with a lot of the research. Like immune evasion has been like popping up in articles way more often.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
before we get into that, I wanted to actually bring up, let's say, that debacle with Brand for Liberty and all that stuff.
Oh God, why? Cory, you were one of the good ones. And now you got a few viewers. You're like, hold on, let me get in on this juicy drama. What do you want to know?
I want to not that I want to know. Like, to me, it was just so interesting observing that thing unfold. And I'm gonna kind of like armchair psychology this person. So obviously take it with a grain of salt, or just dismiss it. But like, you know, I watched your stream as you were moderating it,
Mhm.
And I also watched, all the whatever after stuff after that. And you know, I don't know how anybody can think that they were like being a rational agent, like with all their accusations and like all the stuff that they threw at you, of
Yeah.
you like pandering.
I mean, I was a bit of a dick, but I mean, it's kind of part and parcel of being an entertainer on Twitch, right? Sometimes you take on a little bit of a character.
A persona. Yeah, no, I totally understand that. But like I will fully admit, like I didn't find their whatever panel or debate like really all that great. I thought it was all the points that you made about it not being all that good. I agree with them. Like it was a pretty poor.
I mean, I wish now, knowing what was happening in the future, I was trying to be as respectful as possible and to not bias the process in muting the stream whenever we were judging, right? And I didn't record any of that. Because why would I record that, right? Because I didn't think I would get accused of like attacking someone for their brain cancer. Oh, pardon me. Attacking someone for like their brain cancer that I didn't know that they had.
Yeah, exactly.
Or that like he would get DDoSed, or like, you know what I mean? Like I didn't expect any of that, right? But if I ever recorded that, if I had those recordings, like, oh my God, that would have been so juicy. Because I was in there and it was like those judges were so absurdly biased that it was hilarious.
Well, yeah.
They were like, we got to get
results.
rid of Dylan. His ideas are bad ideas. They're wrong. And I'm like, that's not how this works at all. Like, you're supposed to judge off of like, are they backing up what they're saying? And they were like, he's not backing up. He's using CDC. And I'm like, dude, I am the most anti-vaccine person when it comes to these vaccines of all of you. And I don't care that he's got a position against mine. What I cared is that other people made claims and didn't use research to back them up. And then he made claims and said, here's this article from the CDC. Here's this research study. Here's this making these claims, right? So, I mean, obviously there's a bit of like an appeal to authority. But if you're making scientific claims, you should back it up with scientific evidence. If you're making ethical claims and then someone tries to back that up with scientific evidence, then I can tell you, go fuck yourself. That's an appeal to authority. I'm making an ethical claim, right? But if you're making a scientific claim and you have no science to back up what it is that you're saying, what are you doing, right? And like they wanted to get rid of him immediately because his ideas were the wrong ideas. I'm like, that's not how this works at all.
Yeah, and you obviously know way more behind the scenes than I did, just because obviously you were part of the judging process. But I think it was pretty clear, at least to me, that it was clearly biased and like there was, I don't know whether it was pre-planned or not, but I think it's pretty clear that there were some people that on the panel that should not have been there, that were clearly did not have the whatever cognitive capacity.
Well, I mean, so like people like Sansol and Stardust and myself and like other people that are like fairly well known in the debate space, right? That are and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, right? But like I got voted off immediately in like the prelims. And yet the some of the people that were there, I was like, how did you make it all the way through to the end? And now you're making it all the way through. You know what I mean? Like over like, even if I take myself out of the equation, like over Sansol, over people that are like, do this, like, I don't want to say for a living, but that's what they do for a living. Like people like Sansol are Twitch streamers, but also debaters for a living. Come on.
Yeah. Exactly, which is why I'm going to sort of bring it back and sort of insert my argument that I think we build sort of our moral foundations on largely emotionally driven, which is why like it was their first panel, so I take it, I can understand that it was probably difficult to organize and lots of things going on.
Oh, for sure.
And I think they just had a bruised ego, and they just wanted to like lash out, and you had to be the target and deal it like because they literally had nothing. Like I'm gonna find the evidence. And be sure
there's
to,
no
like,
evidence. I will say this though, and I want to know why. And he's so mad at me that he won't tell me anything, which is like, I don't know, but his stream got taken, ported.
Oh really? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't aware
did,
of that.
Right? So, and he got suspended, and he won't tell anybody what it is. I'm assuming it was like a DMCA situation. Because he uploads a lot of like live streams from other people's stuff, and I don't know how the permission goes with that, so maybe that's what it was. But even still, I'm a little bit suspicious that after all of this, all of a sudden start pissing people off and then your stream gets taken down legitimately. So I mean, if I found out that somebody from like one of those communities was actually like mass reporting, like I would defend him, like right here and right now. But you know, he's so damn mad at me that he doesn't even want the defense. You know what I mean? He's so mad at me for making fun of his friend with brain cancer that I didn't know I had brain cancer. I just knew.
Oh yeah, that was all after the fact, and like I would have like, not that I would have made fun of them, but I would have clearly I'd made the conclusion at the time, like this person's like not cognitively all there, like something's going on, like, or either they have some sort of condition or just their brain is not in good working order, unfortunately. But I think like they were just lashing out.
It's called Bloodthirsty Thursday. So like if you don't expect blood sport on a panel, on a politics Twitch panel named Bloodthirsty, and then you're mad at me for going a little too hard on the paint, my stream, like it's literally what blood sports is. It's not like you and I right now. We're having a one-on-one, and hopefully we're going to get into some cool COVID stuff. Hopefully people are going to ask us questions. Right now my chat is talking about veganism and cancer and cabbage.
Those are all interesting topics to me. Although one of my chatters did have a question, if you know of any anarcho-primitivists on Twitch.
I do not know of any anarcho-primitivists on Twitch, and if I did, I would go troll them and laugh at them and call them hypocrites for using technology and for giving their information to Amazon as well as the CIA, since the CIA gave Amazon $600 million. Because it would literally be like hypocritical of an anarcho-primitivist to be a Twitch streamer. I think that would be hilarious, though.
Are they supposed to just be largely living sort of whatever the Amish lifestyle? Even though I know there's whatever many flavors of the
anarcho-primitivism is weird. It's often misaligned. Anarcho-primitivists on Twitch seem to get banned a lot. Okay, Casimir might know more. But Anprim is often mischaracterized as like these genocidal maniacs that like want to kill everybody and like, you know, want people to die because they don't have access to medicine or anything like that. And when you actually start reading some of their literature and some of their authors, it's not really what they're talking about at all. What they're talking about is like, they're saying like, you know, cell phones and like the Industrial Revolution and like the idea of the nuclear family and even the deterioration of that have done a disservice to community and culture and the human condition. And that while technology can be useful, we should choose to live in our own anarchist communes and societies, right? And, you know, let other people live the way that they want to live, but we want to live by ourselves in the woods or in small communities that, you know, aren't constantly staring down at our phone and aren't constantly using technology in such a way, because it does something to our humanity, to be constantly involved in technology and to have this very, to have niche labor, right? Where like you go to school for 10, 20 years to be this very specific thing. You're not a well-rounded person. Now, I still think that's a little wrong and a little crazy to me. But if that's how you want to choose to live and you want to go back to a more agrarian kind of community-based lifestyle and sell and trade goods, maybe occasionally for some amenities or some medicine, you should be able to do that. And yet they're often called like fucking like genocidal maniacs and shit. And they get misaligned because that's what happens when your ideas are kind of a little out of the Overton window. And, you know, the conversation is controlled by people that disagree with you.
Oh, okay. I'll plead ignorance on anarcho-primitive. When someone asks me that in chat, if I know any, I'm like, I don't even, like, you're the person to ask, and so I'll ask it.
I'm not though. They're not anti-technology. They're skeptical of technology. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like they're skeptical of like, you know what I mean? It's like the Anprims sound crazy. And then you start listening to them and then they're like, is nobody paying attention to the fact that they're now using facial recognition in elementary schools in the UK because they say it's easier for kids to buy lunch? Like, that's not a convenience we should just like let happen, right? Like we shouldn't be putting children's faces who can't consent into like technological databases and shit. And then I hear them say shit like that. And I'm like, you know, they're kind of not wrong. You know what I mean? Like that is kind of sus, you know? So they're just more, and they tend to be, Lucas says they're more naturalist than primitivist.
Although, someone from my chat, Bob Marley from my chat, says the only Anprim that they know is Ted Kaczynski. So I don't know if that's a good sign or not, or if they're actually.
I mean, Ted Kaczynski is a special case. I mean, if you read his
outlier?
manifesto, it does read very much like an anarcho-primitivist like doctrine or something. I think there's this piece in his manifesto.
And I know that they're very whatever. Well, I know that they were a very gifted mathematician, and they were largely a very intelligent person, from what I understand.
Ted Kaczynski was at Harvard when he was 16, and was extremely gifted. And he was part of a program. I can't remember the name of the program. Mark would know. That may or may not have been an offshoot of MK Ultra. And what they would
Project
do,
Butterfly, I think.
see, and what they did is they dosed him as part of an experiment. They dosed him, government-funded studies, with insanely large amounts of LSD, and then had them write papers about like their goals and dreams. And then while they were tripping massive balls, had their professors come in and say why all of their dreams were stupid and that they were going to be nothing but terrible failures, and pick apart their essays for like how naive and idiotic they were and how unintelligent they were. And they did this over and over and over again until he went crazy. Ted Kaczynski, in many ways, was made Ted Kaczynski because of government-funded scientific research at Harvard.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'll take your word for it. I would assume there's something else also go. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was also a bit of a weirdo and probably autistic, right? Like, I mean, like,
And he smelled like spoiled milk.
yeah, he was a fucking, like, his brother got him a job, and like he couldn't stop sexually harassing women apparently, but like he wasn't even like trying to. I think it was just him being like super autistic and weird as fuck and creepy. You know what I mean? So like Ted Kaczynski's like a whole nother type of person. I mean, he's a genius that was literally tortured.
Okay. I can see how that can lead to whatever, given their already whatever poor state.
Yeah.
The torture.
So COVID.
Can add on to that.
COVID.
Yeah.
Does anybody have questions about COVID? There's one piece of document that I wanted to look at and maybe compare to the CDC data. You seen the new reports from the UK? Hold on. Let me pull up this.
I do receive some of the reports from the UK.
The FOIA
from my
FOIA
chat.
request, which was here's the original link. I have the download, but I want to grab the link real quick. To the FOIA request, which was deaths from COVID-19 with no underlying causes, right? So the request, which I kind of want to compare it to the CDC. It's interesting. Thank you for your request. We're responsible for the production of mortality. Oh, hold on. Let me put this on the main screen. First screen with you so that we have everything available. So there's. Oh, how did you? Hold on. Let's switch it. Oh, is that not? I fucking hate you. Just gonna do that. All right, so this was a FOIA request sent out in December. Responsible for the production mortality data for England and Wales is derived from death certificates in the process of death. So then it tells you like where to go, like where to find the information, right? And then that brings up this document, which is kind of I promise I haven't edited this in any way.
Oh no, I take your word for it.
It's I find it very interesting. I think the way that the information is presented is maybe a little bit hyperbolic. If we go to table 2 here, we're looking at, this is in quarter 3. Like there's a document for each quarter. I just grabbed like the first one if you want to grab a different one. So from ages 0 to 64, proportion of people with no pre-existing died from in its mean number of. Let me go back here first. So it looks like they're doing cases with no pre-existing condition, 512 out of 1588. Cases with pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, about a third.
Yeah, about 1/3 of individuals are people that are dying under the age of 64 without any pre-existing. Right, so these are perfectly healthy people, presumably, or at least not in the top 20. Because there's some people with no pre-existing conditions, but none ranked in the top 20. No, I think this is without any whatsoever. Oh, Sansol, what's up, man? Thanks for the raid. Soy energy. So for everyone coming in, this is Cory Campbell. I had a debate with him not too long ago on vaccine mandates, maybe a couple months ago. And I liked the guy so much, and he was so good faith that it was like, you know, we've had a few talks since. I
mean, to be fair, I've hijacked your stream a couple of times or inserted myself into your voice chat.
Yeah.
And sorry for interrupting you.
Hold on, Sansol, how have you not followed me? How have you not followed me, Sansol? Like that is, sorry, hold on. I just realized that like I had screen set to content. Yeah, it's stuttering right now. I don't know what's going on. Of course it's stuttering. It's probably because I have XL open. Of course it's stuttering right now. I'm gonna close this out. See if that's situation. Of course it stutters on the raid. All right, can you guys hear me now? Oh my god, it's stuttering like crazy. Do I have any issues on performance window? Stream quality is good according to OBS. Of course. I don't have the 5G chip in my veins, is what people are saying. Yeah, it went down to 2,700 kilobytes, but that shouldn't have that much of an effect. But anyways, I'm going to continue. So for anybody coming in, why don't you just go ahead and introduce yourself, Cory Campbell, while I
am Cory Campbell. I am a molecular biologist / biochemist, currently in the process of completing my PhD. I'm a leftist, so I'm obviously evil and bad faith. You can find me on twitch.tv / CoryCampbell84. The 84 stands for my IQ, of course.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh, shit. Yeah, as soon as the raid came in, it started like stuttering like crazy. Everything's fine on my end. Yeah, everything is fine on my end. Get the vaccine so you can get 5G chip so your stream can stop buffering. Yeah, it's like, it's buffering like crazy. He is our favorite lefty. He is our favorite lefty. But yeah, so Cory Campbell is, so we had a debate with him. So, and he seemed to be one of the few people on Twitch that actually knew their shit when it came to the vaccine. There are a couple of other people, obviously, but many of them are really, really bad faith and difficult to have like a conversation with. So for example, Dr. Avi is somebody who like you could have a conversation with, you could have a debate with, but I've even attempted to debate him and I can't get him in a debate because he will only accept, he will only accept them if they're extremely limited parameters of like what the proposition is. So like I tried to debate him on, let's say, vaccine mandates, and you know, the efficacy of them. And then he countered back with saying, no, I only want to discuss the science of vaccine mandates. Like no ethics are allowed. No conversation of ethics. And I was like, fucking what? And like, I kept trying to like do certain things. And in every single way, he refused to debate me unless everything about it was only dealing with medical papers. And he wanted to choose what papers we talked about. I was like, dude, I'm not going to have a fucking debate that you literally frame everything with, right? And it's like, whereas Cory is very pro-vaccine, and in many ways, ostensibly, or I should say, begrudgingly pro-vaccine mandate, right? I don't think I'm mischaracterizing you.
No, you are not.
Like you're like, I don't want to do it, but I feel like we should do it, or that we need to do it. And I think it's interesting, content frame. Yeah, well, we switched it slowly but surely. It's way behind now, but I mean, so when we So we decided we were going to do
guys
this kind
can't
of
go to the
1v1 for you
Capitol?
guys.
You guys can't have fun
Q&A,
anymore?
because both of us have wildly different positions, and I think we both have a fairly decent understanding of the science. Neither of us are medical doctors. Neither of us are virologists or epidemiologists, but we're both people that are following this heavily, and I think a lot of people have had questions, and I wanted to open up my community to someone that's willing to take questions in good faith from concerned people that may have those questions, and I think vice versa in terms of like the ethics or other things. And so I think it's a good opportunity for everybody to kind of grow and learn a little bit. Yeah, it seems to be working again. This is the debate of the year. Oh my God, this is the debate of the year. No, we already debated, Lazy.
Yeah. The debate of the year was last year, literally.
Yeah, literally last year. No, this is just an open Q&A. So now that the stream is not geeking out, I don't know that I want to bring up XL again in case it was the XL that caused it.
Fair enough. Although what I am curious about, because since I've tuned into a number of your streams, it seems like you already take the stance that the origins of COVID come from a lab, or at least it seems to be less of an open question for you.
I think, well, it's not an open question for me. I think that the assumption has to be that it came from a lab. I think the lab leak origin is the hypothesis right now that seems to have far more evidence supporting it, seems to support the data, and so that is the kind of the assumed position I take until evidence points me in a better direction. Right.
And I'm curious as to,
So
like,
why?
and I'm all for like exploring that option, and you know, I don't know that we'll ever get a conclusive answer as to where it came from, but I'm curious as to like what is it that you have read or seen that leads you to kind of like operate under that assumption.
So one of the first things we did, one of the first not big stream, but like one of the first like COVID streams we ever did here was going over a couple of historical analogies. Looking at, and this was when the lab leak theory was the lab leak conspiracy theory and not like a legit hypothesis at the time. We were looking at data, not like, I mean, like I'd heard some things, but they weren't things that were really convincing to me. Like Brett Weinstein, for example, came out very early and was, oh, it looks like it was made in a lab because of the way it reacts to UV light and things like that. And I heard that and I was like, that's an interesting take, but he seemed to be making that position way too strong for my taste. Because I was like, that's clearly not coming from an epidemiological standpoint. That's coming from your standpoint as a biologist saying it seems to have some of these. And I had found there was a published, and it's still publicly available, 2009 article from Wuhan Institute of Virology, Journal Virology, where they were changing the recombinant structure of SARS, okay, by adding HIV protein. And then infecting mice, attempting to create a bat vaccine, right? But they didn't say that they were attempting to create a bat vaccine. We just know that now from certain leaks. Let's assume we don't know that. Assume leaks and stuff that we don't know. We know that they were doing gain of function research. Anybody that paid attention knew that they were doing gain. And even with Rand Paul's poorly constructed arguments on Congress, we all knew Dr. Fauci was fine. Because they were obviously doing, because they published gain of function research in the Wuhan Institute of Virology in 2009. And they were...
in 2009, yes. I think some of the after ones, I think it's debatable after that, because there was a pause, and I'm
right,
sure
there was the North Chapel Hill, right? And North Chapel Hill brought up a lot of concerns. And they were like, we don't like this. This is not cool. And then China stopped working with it. And then China was doing whatever it was that China was doing. Because now they're not really publishing this research in major articles or anything, right? And so that is where it gets confusing, is it's like in 2009, they're obviously doing it. But it wasn't illegal per se at that time for them to be doing
there was not that moratorium, correct.
Right. There was no moratorium. So if the NIH was funding, we know that the NIH was funding that research, not that research specifically, but they were funding the Wuhan Institute of Virology. But so we follow that research, and then we followed and we looked at research that looked at the structure that I don't know that I necessarily understand. I don't. But a lot of smart people that were highly cited virologists, these weren't epidemiologists, virologists looking at the structure of the virus, were saying this has significant markers of being laboratory made, that this does not look in any way, shape, or form to be something that naturally evolved. And then as the pandemic occurred, we had a lot of major news media institutions and scientists and state scientists all across the globe saying, oh, this is a naturally occurring, it came from a bat, like not much to do about nothing. But when we looked, there was a back and forth, and it was very clear that one narrative was pushed, the other wasn't. I always leaned on one side and the other, and that might just be my anarchistic principles. Like, I just don't trust the state. I'm somewhat mistrustworthy of institutions in general, right? Maybe I just tend to root for the underdog a little bit. Maybe I like the controversy. But I think the thing that is, like, more and more scientists have switched in the way that they have described this. And I think that is very clear that when the narrative is being pushed from trusted initiatives and from many state agencies that this wasn't a lab leak, even with them wanting that to be the case, they had to accept, begrudgingly from the overwhelming amount of scientists in the community saying no. I think it's pretty clear at this point that the assumption should be that this came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and that's without talking about the leaks from Project Veritas or what is it? Not Intrepid. What is the fucking Intercept or things like that? That's without talking about any government leaks or like documents from DARPA and things like that. I think it's actually a story, honestly, that angers me and makes me very anti-state and makes me hate the government. But it's also, I think, a story of like
starting now. That's when you started.
Yeah, of course. But I think it's also a story, I think, of the triumph of the eventual triumph of science in this situation. That even when the state is trying to fund their own version of science, that even when the academic institutions are trying to do that, that if science is not eroded as a process, that eventually the truth comes out kind of like almost no matter what money you put, no matter what influence you put into it. I think that is something positive we can take.
Okay, and are you operating also under the assumption that it was an intentional leak or unintentional?
No. Completely unintentional. I mean, I've made some jokes about the fact that it obviously worked in the Chinese's favor because their failed one-child policy and getting rid of a bunch of older people in China has benefited their economy, likely. In relative, if you're using relative power theory to other nations, assuming everyone got COVID, I've made some jokes along that, but no, I don't legitimately believe it. I think it was, Wuhan Institute of Virology had issues before. There are cases where they sold previously tested on animals to the wet market. Their quarantine was a joke when people were accidentally infected with what they called pseudoviruses, right? They were calling them pseudoviruses. People would literally be like, oh, you got infected? Just go home for a couple days. They would no one would track them or make sure they didn't go to the grocery store or run a bunch of follow-up tests. They were just go quarantine for 10 days since you got bit by the bat and you'll be fine. And it's it seemed like a powder keg that was waiting for an accidental leak to occur because that's what you get when you have a communist country. It doesn't have the same safety regulations of, let's say, liberal democracies where there's much more checks and balances.
Yeah, from what I do understand, there were, let's say, some known or flagged safety issues with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I'm still kind of on the fence, and I personally do lean more towards, let's say, an animal origin. I don't know whether it's bat or whatever, but I do lean more towards an animal origin. But I'm all for it being an open question. But I do think some of the stuff that's been put out there has been misleading, especially all those Rand Paul, Fauci Senate hearings. Rand Paul is doesn't know what he's talking about.
Neither Dr. Fauci.
I think he knows more. I think Fauci knows more about viruses.
I think he knows. I think he either pretends to not know more and plays dumb, or he doesn't because.
And I will fully concede that Dr.
But
Fauci
also,
has,
I hate Dr. Fauci. He's an evil human.
He has fumbled some things and some messaging.
No. In 2009, Dr. Fauci funded research on Black orphan children, many of whom did not have HIV, and tested them with experimental doses of HIV/AIDS medication and killed several children, knowing that they couldn't consent and it didn't matter because of black orphans, that nobody would kill.
I will plead ignorance on that. I don't know that I would take your word for it. That seems
It's
pretty
publicly, like, you can find it.
I can believe that if it took place, whatever, 50, 60 years, like 2000.
I'm not saying like Dr. Fauci wasn't there in a lab coat, right? Like, but he funded research, and whether or not he knew about that research and there's whether or not there's plausible deniability, it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't know to the extent of what was occurring in that. But he definitely approved research to test AZT and AZT doses on children in New York, and he may have been doing so under the assumption that they had HIV. But those are a lot of like what ifs, right?
Yeah, I'm curious where you read that, but I guess that's a different story.
I'm not. We did a whole stream on it. I'll have to find that. It was hard to fucking find. And it meant going through a lot of, okay, I can't get this website, I can't look at this website. There was a lot of that before I could find like reputable sources for what occurred.
Okay, but like I would I don't actually know, but I would assume research like that would have been published at some point. And again,
I'll get it for you. I'll get it for you if you remind me.
I would also assume that some sort of ethics committee would have approved that somehow, like, unless this is like really like underground.
I think the thing that nobody knows, right, because like no one's defending it. He wanted to know, question, did Cory review the drastic team findings on the website sent him last time? Drastic.org. Decentralized radical autonomous search team investigating COVID-19.
I believe I went over everything that Casimir sent me. He sent me a number of, I've read that Medium article that also kind of like raises questions about a lab leak origin. Mm-hmm. I watched his distributist video on what is right wing or left wing.
That was a fun video. We did a whole stream on that, and
actually I saw that, and it was
the open panel afterwards turned into a fucking shit show, and I realized I was like, never again am I going to do that heavy of a content vid followed by an open panel, because like the one just taints the other.
Yeah, that was the most entertaining part of that stream, that just like all the fallout from that video and trying to establish and all the whatever, for lack of a better term, intellectual masturbation that occurred afterwards of trying to tease out what is right wing or left wing, and
it's such a hard thing to understand, but it was a good video nevertheless, a good attempt at trying to get at an overarching wide definition of social conservatism, right? Without, because so many people just fall back to, oh Jesus, it's like that.
Yes,
that's like not an accurate description,
But I believe if Casimir sent it, I probably reviewed it. Whether I actually remember it or not, it's a different story.
Yeah, so there was a whole bunch of papers in here. DrasticResearch.org. So one of them is, I'm just clicking the first. See, the October surprise in Wuhan abstract. This is the fourth part of a series of reports based on previously unpublished investigations, the origins of SARS-CoV, which took place in. I don't know. Be interesting.
And also from my chat, they appear to have found an Associated Press article about how the research that you brought up about Fauci and involving foster children, that it appears to be, let's say, misrepresented.
Yeah, no, I assume there's some misrepresentations in a lot of stories. It's been a difficult thing for me to do. I assume that he has some deniability, right? In the sense that like some of the children that didn't, like I don't assume that he knew that these children didn't have HIV. But when I say someone is evil, you have to understand that my standard of evil is a lot lower than others. I think doing anything on orphan children without parental consent, and with the consent, when the state is approving things to do on orphans and there are no parents there to kind of like to be involved in that consent-based process, I don't care what the fuck you're doing. To me, that is evil, because a child doesn't have the ability to do informed consent. it's an assumed consent based off the fact that they have HIV and and by the way, we're going to do research. No, that's not okay to me.
Okay, well then I understand. Let's say because I mean, how do you get parental consent with orphans, right?
And then how do you get consent from a fucking child? You don't.
Yeah.
Who's in charge of that? The state. Well, the state's the one funding the research. So I don't care what research you're doing. Like, unless your research is as benign as like, do you like Hershey's or do you like Snickers more? You know what I mean? Unless it's something like that. Like, we're in a situation where like I can't stomach the idea that you would consider.
Okay, so I mean, like the fundamental principle is just you not carrying out research on orphans, period. Like, unless it's like really innocuous, just like you said.
Yeah, because they don't have the ability to consent, and there's no parent there that has the ability to withdraw consent.
Yeah, sure. That I can understand that argument.
I just found that worse than like leishmaniasis on dogs. I don't know.
Well, that whole even then, that whole whatever, Dr. Fauci funding, whatever, animal testing or beagles, like that's also been, I think, fact-checked and largely been disproven, or to be found to pretty much be unfounded, and largely the result of, I think, one study improperly associating the research with Dr. Fauci, if I remember correctly. And so I even though I will fully concede that Dr. Fauci has fun with a lot of things, I do think
Does anybody remember the AIDS epidemic, boys? Does
I
anybody remember denying people their access to vitamins because vitamins aren't FDA approved?
There is a concerted effort on those who disagree with him to kind of slander him and, put forth misinformation that is like not attributed to him.
If you go far enough right wing, right, then they probably like what Dr. Fauci did to gays in the 90s. Like, if you just go far enough, then the horseshoe comes alive, right?
Yeah, sure. As so also some from my chat tellers, if you go far enough left, you get your guns back.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, Marxists are like, it's like one of the few things I'll agree with Marxists on. It's like they're like, well, we need our guns for the revolution. I'm like, I also need my guns for the revolution, but not in the way that you think. I need my guns to protect my property when you guys want to have.
Although that's where I will deviate. I don't want any. I never had guns. No desire for guns. Maybe I'm just not revolutionary enough.
You know what that means, boys? You know what that means? We need to get this Canadian to a gun range, because I think after he shoots off a few rounds, he's going to be like, these are fucking cool.
I have no doubt that it's fun.
No, you already admitted that human beings, right, use logic to rationalize the the emotions that they have.
Fucking guys can't go to the Capitol.
Only use that logic.
Guys can't have fun anymore.
Lighter and the elephant kind of, psychological research. So all we got to do is get you to get a big old boner for firearms, and then we can make you a Second Amendment activist.
I wouldn't say it's all emotionally driven.
Your words, not mine, bro.
I don't think I ever claim that it's like fact free or rational free, but rather that we all have our biases, myself included. But I do think we generally have an emotional foundation where we build on top, all the rational arguments to justify our emotional experience. And I will fully concede that I would probably enjoy firing a gun. I mean, I don't know how close to the experience of a first-person shooter game is to firing a gun, but given my
close enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. But I do enjoy shooting things virtually. I can only imagine that I would probably exponentially enjoy more shooting a fake target in real life. But I probably just on principle wouldn't, just because I don't think
there's no better feeling than killing the enemy.
It's not like that. I was a lieutenant,
It's not like that. I was a lieutenant. Oh man. So have you seen the Project Veritas leaks? I'm curious on your opinions.
I've seen some of them through your stream, because I know that you went through a lot of that stuff.
What's your opinion
on the street? I believe you made some very, very high leaps to some conclusions based off of some shoddy emails and largely emails exchanged by people that are really not qualified to talk about
right.
these things.
The major is obviously in some way probably more a manager scientific experiments and processes than scientists. But and he's making claims, and we don't know what he does or doesn't know, right? I mean, he presents some documentation. I think his email is way less damning than just the rejected DARPA stuff, right? I mean, because this proves that people were looking for funding for this type of situation. It seems eerily similar to the coronavirus.
Well, yeah, but that's been known for a long, like that. You know, this research. I mean, you cited research stemming from 2009. It goes back earlier than that.
Yes.
Where, like, yes, in this region, whatever, in regions in China, like there are these, like, there's, let's say, these hotspots for coronaviruses. And so I don't think that, you know, a grant submitted to DARPA is like convincing evidence that they wanted to like engineer a virus. Like most of the research that has been published, at least most of the research that I have seen, it's rather this research is to understand what's going on and to hopefully, you know, whether this is the true intention, but I'll take the word for it, to prevent future pandemics.
Right. No, I mean, we said that even when looking at it, right? I said if there was no lab leak, it doesn't even seem like a bad idea. I mean, it seems like a bad idea because you're creating fucking new viruses, calling them pseudo viruses, and then infecting bat populations. Like that seems like, I don't know, you know, one slip up might cause a pandemic, which very well may have happened. So obviously it's a bad idea. But I mean, like in terms of their intentions, right? It seems like their intentions were fairly pure, or at the very least, you know, for a good idea, right? Which is, look, we understand that the SARS virus has a high tendency to mutate, right? I mean, that's where we have MERS. We understand that zoonotic viruses are a big problem because they mutate in animal species, and then eventually they hop, scientific term, where it jumps from animal species to humans. But eventually that ends up happening, and then we get SARS, 2003. We get MERS.
Zoonotic?
Well, no, zoonotic just means that it's a virus that
Animal origin, essentially.
Yeah, well, it just means that animal origin, but it also means that it can bounce back and forth, right? Which is like something
which might be where Omicron came from. There's some hypotheses out there.
Sure, it might be. You know, I might fucking sprout wings tomorrow too. I mean, you know, I mean, like, come on. You're still. Why are you? That's my curious thing. What is it that you have seen that makes you still have the assumption that the virus is more likely to have occurred in the bat population without anything occurring from humans?
I wouldn't even say bat population. I think like that's what we tend to lean towards, just because a lot of the coronavirus research, you know, heavily focuses on bat. Even just like the DARPA research that you went over, like it was heavily involved in bats. And so yes, I lean more towards an animal origin, but I'm not committed to it, which is why, like, yes, I would, you know, if in fact China can be transparent, which is probably not the case.
Ever.
Yeah. Well, I don't think maybe we're on the same page. I don't think any state can really be transparent or fully transparent.
No, but I mean, China's obviously, some are worse than others. Right.
Exactly. But just based off of, let's say, the studies and the science that I follow, just genetically, like this is still, it's not fully conclusive, but the genetic signatures that we are seeing, at least with the original SARS-CoV-2, it looks like it came from an animal origin, and it's not, let's say, a huge stretch to, let's say, operate under that assumption. But like there are some interesting things with Omicron that like pose some interesting hypotheses in terms of, you know, jumping back to an animal, jumping back to a human, etc., etc. But again, I'm not like, I'm not planting my flag there like it's animal.
So like I understand that position if we were looking purely at the science, because there's obviously a vast amount of disagreement within the scientific. One could call it the scientific, like, because I don't know any village of scientists, so the idea of a scientific community is somewhat sus in and of itself. But there's disagreement there. The issue that I have there is that, and maybe this is you looking at it more from a scientist's frame of mind. Maybe we're approaching it from, is I see that there's this big chasm between people that believe in the lab leak hypothesis, and people that believe that it's, you know, zoonotic virus that originated most likely a bat population, possibly pigs, because there's been SARS cases. And that's even, interestingly enough, part of the research that was used in the lab leak theory was an outbreak of a form of SARS in pigs, that they believe that there are certain structures in it that were in SARS-CoV-2 that came from that outbreak, which it's kind of almost seems like a foregone conclusion from both sides, because the people that are in the belief that it's zoonotic are like, hey, look, parts of this structure of the virus show that it was jumping around in pigs. And then other people are like, hey, parts of this virus have this from pigs. Like, did it jump from bats to pigs to bats to humans? Like this, right? So it's kind of interesting because both sides kind of take that as like evidence for their side. And it's like, it really could be neither one.
Yeah,
but,
which is why, like, I highly doubt that we'll ever fully know where it actually came from. I don't even know that it matters all that much, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, it matters if government institutions were funding, dangerous research that ended up killing 5.5. Like that matters.
Yeah, but that I don't think that's a.
That's more,
no,
maybe not scientifically, if that's what you meant. Like, if it doesn't matter towards our ability to like handle the situation, maybe.
We
certainly
were grappling
matters.
with this, but we were grappling with this question beforehand in terms of like, that's why there was the moratorium on gain of function research, in terms of like, is this actually a good thing to carry out? And like, there was that moratorium, but it was unpaused, and they said that they would start screening or make sure to go by committee to ensure that like you're really skirting that line. Like, we're going to see this happen also. Like, this is also going to happen with other emerging technologies and whatever, gene editing and all these ethical questions of like, should
CRISPR,
we carry out
like, should we be doing CRISPR?
And it's like, it's really tricky, and it's also you mentioned that there's a chasm between the people who let's say lean more towards a lab leak and lean more towards an animal origin, and I think that chasm is largely just a knowledge chasm, at least based off of what I know. The people that are most informed, but I'm not saying that these people are right, and I understand that there's scientists who disagree, and I'm not saying that science exclusively works by consensus, but all the science that I see, and let's say the scientists that I trust, they tend to lean towards an animal origin. And it seems like, no offense, but it seems to be largely the most uninformed who, make it a foregone conclusion that it's a lab leak. I'm not saying that's you specifically, but I know that those people exist.
Yeah, that doesn't match with what I've seen in any capacities. We're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that, because I've seen plenty of highly cited epidemiologists and virologists that support the lab leak and have tons of evidence that support it, both environmental and in the structure of the virus itself. So I just don't okay, yeah, fair enough. There will be an open panel at a certain point if you guys have contention or you want to bring some evidence. Don't get too mad.
Well, what I will answer. So I'm following your chat. I will answer one of Casimir's questions. They asked me, do you believe you have a duty to defend children from violence? You can dislike guns, but still carry one to be capable of doing your duty. Well, I think based off of our conversation about spanking and corporal punishment, like I think it's pretty clear that I'm not for any violence towards any children or pretty much any person. And do I feel that we have a duty to defend children from violence? Yes, absolutely.
I don't know where that question was, but anti-natalist warrior. I have to read this because it's hilarious. Greetings. I think you're somewhat of a fake ANCAP. It kind of hurts the movement. I have a few questions so you may prove that you are a real ANCAP. 1, do you like money and have no soul? 2, are you a hebophile? And 3, do you hate Das Kakatao? If you answer yes to all these, you are true and certified ANCAP. I love the memes sometimes. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, that was anti-natalist warrior?
Yeah.
Well, how fitting. I have to thank them for the follow on my channel.
Yeah, no, so I guess I'm not an ANCAP. I guess I'm a fake ANCAP. But no, so the issue I have is, without getting too far into the weeds of the science of the structure of the virus itself, like that's many scientists disagree with. There's a lot of environmental. It's not just the structure. There's disagreements on that. And I think highly cited and trusted virologists disagree on this. So this idea that's I don't like your characterization that, oh well, it's the uninformed, or it's more likely the informed people that believe in the lab leak hypothesis. I'm gonna just dismiss with that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it's exclusively. Like, I will fully concede that yes, just as there are scientists who support an animal origin, like there are scientists who support a lab leak hypothesis, and
I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna trigger you, and it's just and I'm just gonna state it as a fact, and that's gonna trigger you even more. When looking at science, when the state has a narrative, which obviously the state has had a narrative in this issue, the scientists who support the state more likely to be successful, more likely to get grants, more likely to get media attention, and more likely to be shown to a larger group. And so I think that's something we need to be cognizant of when looking at the numbers. Maybe disagree. Like, there's 30 well-cited epidemiologists or virologists, doctor, whatever it is that we're talking about. And then there's 10 over here. It's like, oh, well, only 10 over here do that. And like, the really respected ones are on the side of the state here, right? It's like, yeah, well, the really respected ones tend to be ones that support the narrative of the state, because that's part and parcel of getting research. I mean, anyone that's worked in a research lab in undergrad, in college, or anything, right? They know that it's difficult getting funding. They know that you have to take whole classes on how to write grant proposals, because if like an index is off by a tiny margin, or if like you're not using the appropriate like Roman numeral somewhere, that it will be rejected just for formatting, because they get so many people looking for funding. And the state does a majority of the funding in this country. And so
Absolutely.
If you're the type of scientist that bucks against the state, you're also the type of scientist that's far less likely to get research and funding for the things you want, and far less likely to be highly published.
Yeah, and that doesn't trigger me. Like, I let's say there's a part of me that agrees with you in terms of and I'll be the first one to criticize how science is funded, and the publishing models and all that stuff. Like,
it is also important to not to be like, oh, this virologist who has a degree from some fucking no-name college and has 20 Google citations, maybe I should see if I can find a source. I understand that thought process as well, but I think it's something we need to balance these two ideas. Be a little bit scared to just say like a majority of scientists or like the big names say this, therefore this is the most likely. It should be about the science itself.
But wouldn't you also potentially agree, as sort of brought up in my chat, that there's also a financial incentive to go against the grain?
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
Then how do you balance those things then? Like,
yeah, I mean, like, especially you see this the most with economic research.
Yeah, and
like political right-wing economists that aren't in a power of a more left-wing state. Large business interests will pay all kinds of money to get economic research or scientific research. Says whatever is going to support.
Yeah, so isn't that largely then an argument, sort of? I'm curious then, how would you fund scientific research then, especially as a capitalist?
I mean, look, there are definitely poor scientists that are funded by institutes that are less. The overwhelming majority of scientists know this is career suicide. Unless they can get like a main line, right, on like constantly getting funding from Pfizer, or constantly getting funding from the Koch brothers, constantly getting funding from Cato, right? Unless they can get like the overwhelming, like the highly published authors can get away with that. But for the most part, most scientists know that the best thing you can do is things that your institutions accept, which is the state and whatever university you're tenured at. You don't go against your university. Well, actually, as a matter of fact, you never got tenure unless you were the type of person that did the stuff your university wanted to end with.
Yeah, that is fair. which is why I'm all for, let's say eliminating that profit mode, or at least reducing it, because I think that's sort of
It's always
a
profit
feature.
mode.
Yeah, I agree with you, but it seems like you want to maximize the profit motive.
Absolutely.
And
I think we would have a scientific revolution to like scene. We actually got state out of science funding, because then we would actually fund science that is effective, as answers, technologies better, as opposed to corrupt state agencies that want to fund things that go with their narrative, or want to fund things that have very little scientific usage.
I would, even though I know that you're against corporations, but I would make the argument that it's largely private entities that carry out, let's say, the majority of, let's say, shoddy or sketch. I mean, this is literally one of the arguments of those who are vaccine hesitant, where like you can't trust Pfizer and like, oh yes, all the booster shots, because like it's in their financial interest to ensure that you get 6 boosters, 10 boosters, and like that's the argument. When does it end?
As an anarchist, two things can be true at the same time. I can be pro-capitalist and against Pfizer at the same time, right? I'm not against Pfizer, but I mean, obviously, if I'm reading a piece of research and it says at the bottom that it was funded by Pfizer and talks about how amazing the Pfizer vaccine is, I'm a little bit skeptical of the validity of that research. I feel like you'd be an idiot not to be, right? Like,
but then like how, like, I'm not sure, but you seem to want to just give more power to the hands of these private entities, and I would argue to reduce that power.
And how would you reduce that power?
To make it almost exclusively government funded, or public.
What is the government?
Funded.
So why is Pfizer a corrupt institution, but the state isn't?
Because the public isn't, well, at least the general public is involved through taxation. Like I make the argument that science is almost
trust government way more than I do, buddy.
Yeah, well, as someone on the left, I am more optimistic and much less nihilistic, or pessimistic. And so
I don't know that's okay.
Which is why, like, I'm also in favor of, not open source science, but rather more transparency, eliminating, published studies behind paywalls, and, sort of revamping the public. Like, if people can actually see the science and see what's happening, because it's largely done behind closed doors and, esoteric, but, everyone loves science, or at least that's the tagline, but nobody wants to fund science, and it requires, a lot of money. And I think if you, make it more publicly funded, you revamp the publishing model, and, you actually have good, scientific communicators, and you are transparent with the publishing, people will want to fund it. But given the fact that it's, I would argue, corrupted by private institutions, that people are skeptical. I mean, this is why they're skeptical of Pfizer. This is why they bring up the lawsuits.
Government isn't corrupt because it's corrupted by. It's corrupt because it's corrupt by financial institutions. Financial institutions corrupt government because it has a monopoly on power and violence, and it's corruptible, right? Like, it's. I think you have your logic in going in the opposite direction. I don't know, and the idea also, Pfizer is heavily. I mean, I think it's like massively government.
Well, yeah. There's obviously, you can, where the funding goes in which
overwhelming majority
direction.
of their money right now is from their financial statements have made billions. Most of that is paid by the government.
Absolutely, but let's say there's no reason. Well, there's no in principle reason why the government couldn't fund public institutions to carry out that. It's and this is why, like, I'm also in favor, and maybe this would put me at odds with some other people on the left, but I'm also in favor of abolishing intellectual property.
I'm with you there.
And so,
but like, let's look at the emergency use authorization. Pfizer gets FDA approval. We're not allowed to know what those documents, how they got that. Fighting in the courts so that we can maybe get it released sooner. And no one in America has the ability to get an FDA, because the actual FDA approved vaccines are kept to themselves so that they can maintain emergency use authorization. So we're just supposed to trust a completely non-transparent state working with these large institutions. And you're like, yeah, but if we had more government, I don't see the evidence for that in any way, shape, or form. And then you say, well, lefties are more pessimistic. Dude, lefties, like we know scientifically.
More optimistic.
Sorry, more optimistic, yes. Lefties personality trait neuroticism matches with left-wing. Like, that's just not true. Like the science shows that left-wing people are affected by.
Yeah, but I
They're
agree
more
with
optimistic
that.
of the state and of government, but I don't know
and
that
of people in general. Like, in terms of trust, they tend to be more trusting of other people.
They tend to have more openness, right? So they tend to be open to ideas, and they tend to be willing to trust and open up to people that are different than them. Yes. But in terms of pessimism, negative emotion,
I mean, we can get into that, but like I've shared some of that research with you. Like that is not, it's not true. Like, at
no,
least,
it is true.
It's not true.
You're telling me right now that the body of language of personality psychology is that right wingers tend to be neurotic than
No. Like, I take
negative
your point
emotion.
in terms of like that big five personality. That
Which is the best, which is like the gold standard in psychology.
It's certainly one of the better metrics.
Yeah.
But that, as I'm sure you know probably better than I, there are many dimensions to psychology, and the I don't think our entire emotional experience is fully characterized by only those 5 personality traits. Same thing with empathy. Where does empathy lie on the big 5 personality? But we know empathy is a thing, and we've shared research how empathy mediates.
Yeah, and we looked at some of the research. I haven't gone fully into the research. I'm still very distrustful of that idea, but the way empathy is defined is, in my opinion, very poorly psychology. That's a personal gripe.
Well, we don't need a definition if we are measuring it at the level of the brain, though.
I mean, we do because it depends on how we define it. If we're looking at mirror neurons, that's one thing. If we're looking at compassion, it just depends on how it's defined, right? Because what is empathy, right?
Yeah, and I will whether we'll ever get a full perfect definition of empathy, probably not. Just as I don't think we'll ever get a full definition of conscientiousness or consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
These are all pretty loose, vague definitions.
Right, but it's feelings aren't necessarily empathy, right? Especially if one has used a logical system, derives, let's say, so if we take the idea of for example, someone knocks on your door late at night, they're driving, their car broke down on the highway, right? And they knock on your door and they say, hey, my car broke down, can I use your phone? And can I, and then your reaction to that might be an empathetic thing to say, yes, come in, here, have some dinner, sleep on my couch until someone can come and pick you up, right? That might be seen as an empathetic response. But the problem is what happens when you make that a Piagetian game? What happens when someone comes to your home every night, the same person, doing the same thing? It's no longer empathetic to have that response. In fact, it's the exact opposite of that, because you're enabling someone and you're engaging in toxic behavior and enabling them to use you and to make a slave of you and to use your emotions against you. And so a conservative might say, well, that the fact that they lack some of those feelings, or that think logically about that, is a lack of empathy, or that it's lessened, right?
Yeah.
Is a lack of empathy or a lessening of empathy, right? But it can also mean that life experience has shown them that what they believe to be the best for people is for people to be able to help themselves, or to give them opportunities to help themselves, right? And so you can measure that as an unempathetic response, when really all it is wisdom overarching your empathetic response. And so we can say, when you use words like empathy, use words like oh, well, we're more optimistic. It's like these things have certain positive and negative connotations. And I take umbrage with that because there are certain instances where, being empathetic is great and all, but being the devouring mother, right? An Oedipus, if you will, is a toxic and bad thing for culture and society. Ultimately, if going too far, if you have too much empathy, you will destroy your society, right? So we take it to mean it's a good thing.
Well, not, just as with all, at least my approach, balance in all things. And yeah, I don't want to necessarily characterize, let's say, those on the right as lacking empathy. I'm not going to call them sociopaths, but I think it exists on a spectrum, and that there are levels and degrees. And I will fully concede that empathy is informed by our experiences and shaped by our experiences. But I find it hard to, let's say, understand why you would think that we need a good definition of empathy, because, at the very least, we know, maybe you disagree with this, but we do know that it's not only humans that have that ability to empathize.
I'm not talking about a good definition of empathy. The problem, when I said, what is empathy, the problem is there is what is empathy, and then what are the metrics we're using to measure in a scientific study. There's a disconnect there.
Yes, and I will concede.
Because I think there is empathy, and then there are overlapping logical things that people have done to making certain decisions or feeling differently about it. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they lack compassion or empathy. It means that they have a different worldview, and that different worldview, if studied improperly, in sure, in an fMRI, your initial. This is too much of a tangent, but I take umbrage sometimes with how we choose to measure things, and that's just part and parcel of psychology, soft science, right? It's not what you do, and it makes it difficult sometimes to always draw objective conclusions from soft science.
And I don't disagree with that. And I would also agree that some of the ways in which we measure empathy are imperfect, and I don't think we'll ever get perfect data. But we also have come from it from a neuroscience angle, and as you brought up with those fMRI studies, we're able to.
Yeah, fMRI definitely leans it much closer to a hard science when you're dealing with that. I would say that neuroscience is approaching a hard, even though that's kind of a gate-kept term that I think, most social scientists get mad at, right? I give that, but my chat is going, what is empathy? JK. But yeah, back to COVID. Since we went down this fucking the problem that, going back just a little bit, let's not go all the way back. Maybe let's back up just a little bit. This idea of understanding the science. Right? And I think there is a really big issue that I think is leading so many people right now extremely anti-science. And it's two chasms. On the left, what you're having is a very unhealthy low level of skepticism from what is coming from the state and what is coming from. And I understand that people have their lives to do, and I understand that people have the time to go in. I also understand that I'm doing something, I'm spending I have a time to go, and at the very least I have some graduate school training and some medical terminology, so this allows me to be able to read the research with some minimal level of someone like you, probably a higher level of and obviously, and even you would admit that half of what you're looking at sometimes looks like gobbledygook because you're not a virologist or an epidemiologist.
Absolutely.
Especially when you get into models of the structure of the virus. This is clearly not. So I'm just going to read in the conclusion and assume that what is in the conclusion is what they're talking about in the fucking model, right? Because there's no other way for me to know without going to school for this. So I understand all of those arguments, but what I'm seeing on the left, just talking about the left right now, get to the right in a second. Just talking about the left is this lack of healthy level of skepticism. And that's okay. It's okay to say, look, trust what the government is telling me. I trust what the media is telling me, because that's the best information I have to go on, and that's what I'm going to do. But what seems to be really interesting is that because once politics get injected into science, what you have now is you have a massive amount of people on the left advocating for extreme policies and speaking about it very authoritatively, as if no, the science says this, trust the science, this is what the science says. It's like, first of all, that's not how science works at all. And second of all, like, you're just saying that, like, you're just parroting what news organizations in the state are saying. On the right, see the exact opposite. I see a healthy level of skepticism that goes to an unhealthy level of skepticism, where they find one or two lies that the news media says, because the news media is reporting science and not, right?
I would agree with you. There have been missteps from the mainstream media. Absolutely.
You see CNN talking about horse deworming, even though we know that ivermectin is a perfectly safe drug prescribed by a doctor, human dosage. There's never been a case ever of anyone reportedly dying from an overdose of ivermectin as prescribed. That's never happened, right?
Yeah, I know it is a largely safe medication, generally speaking. Yes. Yeah,
it's way safer than Tylenol. Right? And yet you see this massive, like, ivermectin's terrible, and you see people supporting, getting rid of ivermectin. You see people on the left, like, countries have banned doctors from prescribing ivermectin, which is fucking absurd. The idea that a doctor can't prescribe a medication that has almost hydroxychloroquine, you can make that argument, right? Because while I disagree with you, and I think it has some positive effects, it does have negative side effects. And so if the state wants to choose that drug's negative side effects don't outweigh its benefits, still ethically disagree with that, but there's an argument there. And so you see that one lie, and the right takes that one lie and says, okay, well, nothing that comes from CNN, nothing that comes from Dr. Fauci, nothing that comes from the CDC, and nothing that comes from these large universities can ever be trusted. And that everything they're saying must be, bought off bullshit. So let me go to naturalnews.com and find out. And I think our inability to have these conversations really destroying on both ends us being able to do anything about this pandemic at all. We seem stun locked on what to do.
And I don't disagree with, let's say, what you outlined, and I would agree with you that there's certainly a narrative that's being pushed, and there's a certain amount of messaging that's in the mainstream media, and I think as much as I want to be free speech and I'm not in favor of censorship, I think there's a reason for this narrative, and one of the reasons that I'll bring this up, just as I sort of went on a whole tangent about, I think, yes, science should be transparent, it should be open science, and the general public should be informed on it, but then I have to ask myself the question, like, can we trust people to trust us? Because, like, yes, if there's a narrative, but then how does, let's say, how the VAERS reports are being treated fit into that narrative? Because, this is, at least in my mind, you might disagree with it, this is science attempting to be transparent, okay? And and you see people, I think I would include you in this, in terms of really doing too much of a deep dive into the VAERS report, saying these things are associated with the vaccines, when, like, the VAERS report website says, do not draw any conclusions from this. But then, people...
I'm going to push back on that a little bit, right? Obviously, the VAERS report is a self-report survey, which means that it can be infiltrated very negatively. That being said, VAERS reports are scrubbed, right? They are.
I'll take your word for it.
And if you don't like VAERS, we just as easily could be using Yellow Card numbers, but we're not based in the UK, right? And Yellow Card is a much better system than me. Give it that as well.
But I would ask the question, like, what do you think, let's say, those on the right's response would be if VAERS reports, like, were not made publicly available? Would they say,
they'd obviously be upset.
Well, exactly. And so it's like, well, it's almost like a no-win. We're sharing you this information.
But here's the problem. Look, we know that VAERS reports almost always underreports. That almost all of the ways in which VAERS reports is an underreporting. And I mean this even with deaths. Why do we know this? Because because filling out a VAERS report is a difficult process. I challenge you, right, to go through it on stream if you want to do it. It's a pain in the ass process, and your report will eventually get deleted unless you go and look up ICD-10 codes and attach medical records. So it's going to get deleted anyways if you go through it. It's a pain in the ass reporting system, right? And so lazy people exist, and I've done VAERS reports before because we had a massive we had to do a massive reporting and it took us literally all day to do it because we had a bad batch of vaccines, and I mean literally it was just diphenhydramine and like a couple hours watching. Everybody was fine.
Oh, yeah, which I think is Benadryl. Yeah,
it's Benadryl. It's Benadryl in the shop, but Benadryl's the name. Yeah, so I mean it's essentially a shot of Benadryl near the injection site. Help reduce the swelling and make sure that the body doesn't freeze, right? Just reduce those But yep. So it takes a good 30 to 45 minutes to fill one if you know what you're doing and you do everything.
Mm-hmm.
When hospitals are overloaded or when hospitals are busy, people don't want to do them. And in America, the only people that are actually legally culpable for not filling are government hospitals, right? So the VA hospitals pretty much have to do this. And when I say government funded, I don't mean hospitals that receive some government rate. So we know from tons of cited publications and from VAERS themselves that while the data can be inaccurate, it is almost always an underreport.
Okay, but I'll even grant you that. I'll even grant you that's whatever, 100% under, like, you can double the amount of adverse events put in there. To me, that's not enough.
Couldn't do that with deaths, most likely.
And to me, that's, yeah. And I'll even, because I think you...
yeah, you'd have to like, you'd probably triple the number of VAERS.
Because I think you have, like, the death counter associated with the vaccines on your stream.
Yeah, I do.
But then, like, again, the VAERS reports, like, it says, please don't draw any causal links to this data. And you're trying to...
Luckily, I'm not a news media organization. I'm part entertainer. But at the same time, I am more than confident VAERS number. Because it's an estimation that is likely an underestimate. And I think it's an important number to show people. Because the last time we had, like, since VAERS has been reporting vaccine injuries, this is roughly 30 times higher than any other vaccine.
Well, I don't know about that.
No, I mean like the highest reported since VAERS is reported, not in terms of American history of vaccine. Since VAERS has been reported, the highest that we've had was 600 deaths from a vaccine reported in VAERS. Now, is there an emphasis now to not necessarily over-report, but to be more careful about reporting, or to be more likely to report because the pandemic is such a big issue? People are more likely. Yeah. Sure, maybe.
And I do think we are much better at tracking data today than 40, 50 years ago.
Could it be over-reported? It absolutely could be over-reported. This is an estimation, right? But it is far more likely that it is under-reported than over-reported.
Yeah, like I said, I'll grant you that, but that doesn't mean that you can, let's say, market these things as vaccine related or even vaccine caused deaths, because again, what you are like, I want to trust the public.
Well, and it's like, notice my overlay as well. It doesn't say vaccine, it just says deaths. Those 21,745 people definitely fucking died. Okay.
And I would dispute that, but we have to, and other, let's say, epidemiologists and whatever vaccine experts and virologists have to go and, like, you're seeing science happen in real time, and you're like, the VAERS is just literally like a lab notebook. We are taking notes, and then we have to go back and see, are these actually linked to the vaccine? Because when you're administering a vaccine to whatever 330, 350 million people, like, of course there's going to be, like, I think it's fair to say that there have been people that have died for whatever causes during the past 2 years that have no relation to the vaccine.
Absolutely. I mean, like, there are definitely people who've had ischemic heart failure that are 25 years old that get reported as a vaccine death because they got the vaccine 5 days ago. and maybe one or two of the people in there like that fit all of those conditions, it's just chance. It's not actually a fucking death from the vaccine. It happens to be that guy was a cokehead and nobody knew he was a cokehead. He died from a fucking heart failure because he's a cokehead. Or it was caused by the vaccine, right? But it's like the vaccine's not really the primary cause here. The primary cause is the dude was a cokehead and a little bit of pressure on his fucking heart was all it took to make the balloon go pop, right? There's a ton of things in that. But someone could say the exact same thing about deaths reported from COVID, saying, oh, 890,000 people have died from COVID. And it's like, okay, like I showed you before, only a third of these people didn't have underlying conditions. We've gone through the CDC data before on stream. You've seen that, right? Where like a good 5% of the reported deaths are people that on their death certificate have accidental poisoning or like car accident or suicide on their death certificate. They're counted as a COVID death. Like a good 5% of the deaths are people that like got shot like 50 Cent 9 times and happen to have COVID, and they're reported as a COVID death. Now, conservatives that have never really looked at the science might say that's a huge issue and this proves that the media is lying. No, this is how science has always done it, is that we always track everything that could be a contributing factor to someone's death as a comorbidity so that we can understand things like this, because we can go back and look and say, look, you're 12 times more likely to die from COVID if you have cancer. And that's like an important thing for us to know. It's not like the media conspiracy theories trying to bump up the COVID numbers when really they died from cancer. It's we track this shit so that at one point in time we can say this is a very vulnerable population to upper respiratory diseases. When a new pandemic occurs, future upper respiratory disease, we got to do our best to protect people with cancer, because we know from previous data and studies that this is a very vulnerable population, etc.
Right, but this is where I would go back to, like, you make a legitimate argument in terms of it's a legit question to ask, is are all COVID deaths reported associated with COVID? That is why we have excess mortality or excess deaths, and we have some of those studies that tracks excess mortality and excess deaths. Obviously, it's not fully conclusive, but of some of the stuff that's coming out tracking excess deaths during the pandemic, like, it tends to be also a largely underreporting of deaths.
Yes, I mean, and that could be vaccine, that could be COVID, that could be
well, no, because we also have excess mortality pre-vaccination.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, yeah, true, yes, but I'm saying there are multiple factors here. So part of excess mortality is also the likelihood of people seek medical. Okay? And so when you have a pandemic and the hospitals are full because of COVID, people can die from things that have nothing to do with COVID ostensibly, but they're dying because the hospital's full and they didn't get adequate care, or and that's COVID, right? Like, but that's not really COVID because they didn't
or those
die.
are maybe vaccine hesitant, overloading hospitals.
I mean, it could be that, or it could be lefties that are so afraid of COVID that they don't go to the hospital when they should go to the hospital, because they know that the hospitals are overwhelmed with COVID and they're going to catch COVID and be so much worse, and they end up dying because they went to the hospital 2 days later than they should. There's a lot of variables in that, and we do our best to try and understand. You know, there's a lot of people that are dying in morgues, right? Of historical.
Can I unpack that statement? There are people dying in morgues.
There are a lot of people that are in morgues that have died, right?
Okay.
Fuck off.
That's shocking to me.
Right? Who their death certificates are saying things like ischemic heart failure of unknown etiology, and it's like, is that a vaccine death or is it COVID death? We hopefully will have good numbers at some point, looking pre and post vaccine of excess mortality and the causes, be able to like kind of get an estimation. These are things that we'll never know, right? Like, we'll never know that random person that died from a heart attack or, you know, died from myocarditis. Was that a vaccine injury? Was that a COVID situation? There's a lot of what ifs and variables in the science. And I think that's the thing, is that it seems like a lot of people, they want a right answer. And I think on the left and the right, they want a right answer. And the right answer on the right is, this is all bullshit. This is a made up pandemic. This is, the government conspiracy theory. And on the left, they want their answer is everything would be fine if we all just masked up, got vaccinated, and and they believe other scientific that are pushed by the media. And highly disagree. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm more tepid, centered.
But I mean, if you want to make the argument that there's a narrative, which I'd even concede that to a large extent there is a narrative, but then how does the VAERS report fit into that narrative, right? Like, because you are using, or at least it looks like you tend to use the VAERS report to undermine or at least question some of the effects of the vaccine or the vaccine effectiveness. But if there's a narrative, wouldn't there be a large incentive to put the VAERS? Like, there's no reason why it has to be made publicly available. Like, they could just make it accessible to public health professionals. Like, there's no reason why.
Yeah, well, there is actually. It's called informed consent. So that people can understand the dangers of what it is that they're putting in their body, and understand that this isn't a quote safe vaccine, unless you're using safe as a relative to the COVID, and even then, that's not necessarily perfectly proven. So there's a massive incentive to making this information publicly available, and that is that the citizen and the public has a right to be able to make informed decisions about their health, about whether or not they should be vaccinated. So, like, no, I just dispense with this idea that there's no reason for this to be publicly available.
No, I'm just saying it's. I personally think it's a contradiction to your argument, or at least it undermines your argument. There's a narrative because they don't have to report numbers. They can just report percentages, or they can just report like there's deaths associated, there's whatever heart disease or myocarditis associated. They don't have to put an exact number, like. And also this concept of informed consent.
Well, to be fair, they don't.
I do believe they put numbers.
So if I go to VAERS right now and I just go to VAERS website, it'll just tell me the exact reported deaths. People have to scrub this data. People have to scrub this data to get this information, right? So it's not publicly accessible in an easy format. It's people that are working hard to scrub the data in order to get that information to the public.
But even then, like, if you want to make the informed consent argument, we don't do this for any other therapeutic. Like, it's usually just a patient insert. And so, again, it doesn't need to be a database. We don't provide a database's worth of data for every drug that's prescribed or every vaccine given. And so I don't see how you... And also, like, on this concept of informed consent, that can easily, I think... be solved, at least in practice. Like, how do we implement informed consent in the real world?
Well, as much transparency and information as possible.
Yeah, but when you go to a hospital, and to receive treatment, or at least receive a procedure, how do they, let's say, enforce or ensure informed consent?
By not mandating anything.
They typically just get you to sign a piece of paper saying, I've read something, it has some risks and benefits.
That's the citizen's duty. That's the citizen's duty to make that choice. It's not the doctor's duty to sit there and inform the person. If someone asks, right, it's the doctor's the doctor's duty that the patient has the consent, and that they don't get to do anything without the patient's consent unless they're debilitated in some way, and then have to assumed consent. Right? It's the individual's duty to have informed consent. But yeah, if you want to have a conversation with your doctor because your doctor wants you to get this treatment, then that's perfectly fine that a doctor has that conversation with you.
No, I don't think that's just simply like it's part and parcel. Like, just as you sign up for any sort of study or clinical trial, like, they get you to sign that piece of paper under the assumption that if you sign it, you are giving informed consent, not just consent, period. That's why they never just give you a blank piece of paper.
Right, which is that you had the opportunity to ask all of the questions that you could ask.
Right, exactly. So I don't think
I'm not advocating for a new government standard on what it is that doctors specifically have to tell patients, right? Like, I mean, like, look at chat, right? Like, people are talking about the Pfizer, data integrity issue. Like, we had whistleblowers. You can't confirm it provably so, but there's certainly evidence to suggest that Pfizer skipped all types of things, and that this was a rushed process with poor data. And yet, That's not I don't think it's a doctor's duty to inform anyone of that, for example, right? But it is a citizen's right to have these processes. They're going to be funded by the government, be transparent as possible, and so that they can inform themselves, or they can talk to experts, or hell, even if they want to talk to fucking Alex Jones, it's their fucking right. A right also doesn't mean a right to be right. It means a right to be wrong too. It doesn't matter.
Obviously.
Right.
No, I agree with that. But I'm just saying, like, informed consent is just this nebulous term. And, like, we only really, we only enforce it by just getting people to, just sign saying they're now informed. And I don't think the I don't think the VAERS database is the CDC's method of providing informed consent to the public.
So I have a question. I think it's probably more so for you. I'm trying to find questions, but it's difficult because people aren't putting like in front of it, or we end up going on tangents between you and me, and that's fine. So someone asked, the bigger issue, why declare something safe, have no way to measurably test whether it is safe or not? So we are not left to argue about VAERS, and Big Pharma doesn't have to publish their results for. I mean, some of the stuff we touched on.
So the question is, why label something as safe?
Right.
Right,
when like the public doesn't have the means, like we don't know what the FDA approval process, and they just say it's safe.
That largely holds true for any therapeutic, I think.
True. Have no way to measurably test whether it is safe or not. Like maybe you want to challenge that.
At the end of the day, like we can only go by probability and the evidence gathered so far. Like we never know any therapeutic that comes to market is safe. Especially if it's a new therapeutic, like especially this seems to be the argument from the vaccine hesitant, where there's no long-term studies. But like if they're waiting for 20 years worth of data, like they'll be holding out for a long time. If they're waiting for a lifetime of data and they want to get the vaccine on their deathbed, if you think that's a great approach, I would push back against that. It's your right to do that. But I think this is just like welcome to sort of like, I don't know, the chronic illness community, that like there are people that rely on the hopefully quick FDA pipeline to get drugs approved. Like it's a balancing act that I don't know how to perfectly balance, where there are people with, hard to treat conditions that they are literally, begging, saying, get this approved. We don't, like, what do you say to like a person with progeria, although exceptionally rare, that has like a life expectancy of 16, 17 years old? You want them to wait 5-10 years for FDA approval for the chance at 1 or 2 years of life? Like,
so I think the thing that's zoomed in the question is the answer is you work for the FDA. The thing here is, we'll get into the legal liability. We'll ask about that in a second. But the thing here is, why declare it safe? And I think that is really one of the most pernicious things driven so many people right to be against this vaccine. And I'm against it, obviously, because of a whole host of reasons. But when there is a narrative that says vaccine is safe, and then people go, what does safe mean? And they go, YouTube goes, that's not allowed. Twitter goes, that's not allowed. And Facebook goes, that's not allowed. And so there's a narrative that is the vaccine is safe.
I appreciate the Jurassic Park reference.
Yeah, right. So there is a narrative that the vaccine is safe, and people question that narrative, right? And they say, look, this is provably one of the most dangerous vaccines that we have on the market available, and that there are a ton of issues, there are a ton of problems. Now, you can argue COVID is more dangerous than the vaccines, you should get vaccinated, and that's your argument, an acceptable argument. Take some umbrage with that, because I think there are future probabilities that you're assuming that might not necessarily go in your favor, like things like ADE, things like whether or not the virus mutates more heavily, but breakthrough, things like that, which are things you're guessing hope go in the right. But that being said, as it stands today, without looking at the future at all, the data seems to show, let's just say we're not talking about a male under the age of 40, because we do have some preliminary research that shows more likely to get myocarditis from COVID.
For a young male, like but
Right.
continue.
Let's say you're a 55-year-old male, right? Let's make a very easy question. Or 65-year-old male. Very clearly, as it sits right now today, the vaccine is safer catching COVID. Now, in the future, we don't know. As of today, right now, that is a truth. But when you say, or other people say, the vaccine is safe and effective, it becomes a parroting thing. And then any objection to that loses funding, doctors get misaligned, people are treated horribly, media comes after them, social media won't let you say half of the shit that you want to say, and so it becomes this controlling source of information for a lot of institutions, the state and media institutions, that I think completely destroys any good faith people could have in trusting any say after them. Like, how do you engage with that?
Yeah, and I don't, and I agree with you in terms of like, can you ever categorically claim any sort of therapeutic as safe? No, obviously, just like with any medical intervention or therapy, there's always a risk benefit analysis. And this is why I go back to kind of like the VAERS and messaging. Like we almost have to by default be let's say single-minded in our messaging, because so many people are so quick to latch on to, misinformation or the VAERS database saying, look, it's not safe. It's not safe.
Well, and so here we have proof that the left isn't more optimistic. Trust people. I trust people to make informed decisions and not be told single-minded messaging. That is a very scary thing to think. When science and the state and the media choose a single-minded narrative, I think that's extremely and to our liberty.
I take your point, which is why, like, I'm not in favor of censorship, but I don't know how you deal with like someone who's perhaps is on the fence about getting the vaccine, and then they just see like, a Joe Rogan tweet or, a Joe Rogan episode, and then like, oh, the case closed. Like, I want to be able, like,
well,
that might
someone could say the same thing about CNN.
Yeah,
they're on the fence, and then they say case closed, and they choose to get vaccinated, and they're a 21-year-old male that doesn't hang out with their grandparents, and now they've given themselves something that very well could be more dangerous and hazardous to their health than if they had chosen not to get vaccinated.
Yeah, but we're gonna get back into like I think not that the vaccine is completely risk-free, but rather I think the science is clear that for the vast majority of the population, if you're eligible, you should get the vaccine. If you're eligible, there's maybe sort of an argument to tease out if like you're a 25-year-old male with maybe a prior heart condition. It's a there might be an argument to make that a specific vaccine should be for you, Moderna versus Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, etc. But for the overall majority of the population, like, the science is clear, and like, if we are relying on being consistent with our messaging, because there are so many people who will latch on to the inaccurate information, or they'll just latch on to science or the CDC trying to be transparent in giving you this database and saying, well, I'm not going to trust it because look at all the deaths that are being reported caused by the vaccine, but these aren't caused by the vaccine.
You're choosing the misinformation in one. Now, I don't even know that it's necessary. That's not misinformation to report the deaths openly, right?
Well, no, yeah, fair enough. But rather, this is where, like, I want to be able to trust people. But
those are just the assumed reported deaths from the vaccine, and you're like, now you're literally
not assumed. No, just
estimated.
Reported.
We'll say estimated. Say it's an estimation. VAERS is an estimation of deaths. It's not a perfect number.
Yeah, it's an estimation of deaths.
And you're calling that misinformation, and you're trying to sneak in. It's not. Like, if someone sees that information because it's transparent and they choose not to get vaccinated, you know what that is? That's informed consent. That's freedom. That's liberty. That's not, oh, they don't trust the narrative that we have, that we think in our utilitarian calculus is better for everyone to do. That's not okay.
Well, and I would agree with you, let's say, absent all other circumstances and not in a global pandemic where we are relying or hopefully relying on people to, uptake or get the vaccine to hopefully lessen the burden on the healthcare system. But given the fact that that's not
your response is to rely on the government. And I think I think we could fill an entire Library of Congress of the corruption and mistakes that governments have made in the past.
In the past.
So yeah, people can be stupid, but governments aren't any better.
Like I'd be like, if let's say the vaccines, were 95% effective at not only reducing deaths and hospitalizations, but reducing transmission, then would you be, let's say, more in favor, or like would anything sway you towards being more in support?
If we had a sterilizing vaccine, right?
Well, let's just be clear, like sterilizing vaccine, like there's maybe one or two in history that are like considered 100%.
Right. If the efficacy was high. So when I say sterilize, okay, let me put it to you this way. If the transmission rate is estimated to be 4, and I have a vaccine that never dips below 75%, right? And the effects from the vaccine were shown to be less than catching the virus for my age group and my health conditions, I'd 100% be vaccinated. We don't have that.
Yeah,
we just don't have that. Those are my standards. My standards are that if everyone got vaccinated, that it would actually stop the virus because the transmission rate would go below 1.0. And there would be outbreaks, because that always happens, like little outbreaks in pockets. But the overwhelming majority of the pandemic would be over, right? And that by vaccinating myself in my age group, because like I'm a 31-year-old male, right? That is someone that has an enlarged aortic valve. The vaccine's more likely to give me myocarditis than COVID. There's no fucking reason for me to take the vaccine. It is a bad idea for me to take the vaccine. Not even looking at ADE or the, breakthrough infections or mutations or any of that shit, right? Just in a snapshot of time right now, myocarditis is a type of thing that could be very fatal to me. So yeah, I'm not getting that fucking vaccine. But when you ask, but if it wasn't like that, right? And it had like 75, 80, 85% efficacy so that even if 20% of the population wasn't vaccinated, we had herd immunity. I know, interestingly, that word fell out of the narrative because we knew that we weren't ever going to get it, right? But if we had herd immunity, that's a very different conversation we're having.
I would agree with you, which is why, so let's just say if a second generation vaccine comes to market, which this is, I don't know for sure, but I would assume this is probably in the pipeline or somewhere down the road where there's going to be a next generation vaccine that, covers multiple variants, offers greater protection, and actually very much reduces transmissibility. Then you, let's say, not necessarily support, but you'd be more in terms of you can more understand, let's say, a vaccine mandate and how
never.
Well, I understand, you're just against the state no matter what. But then, what would you do then if you're relying on vaccine uptake to end?
Then you would inform the public, right? Because I trust citizens to be able to make. And first of all, it's not even about trust; it's about ethics, right? Which we've already hinted at. Which is, and Chad has said this many, many times. I own my body. You don't have a right to tell me what to do with my fucking body. But even if you want to use it consequentially, I'm going to step out of my ethics and your ethics. No reason to assume that if we actually had a vaccine that described itself doing all of the things that you're talking about, that the majority, we already have 70% plus vaccination rate, despite all of the issues with this vaccine, despite the fact that you need booster after booster, despite some of the misinformation and the politics that have been involved, right? You still have well over 2/3 of America choosing to be vaccinated without vaccine mandates. And granted, there are some pressures, some of the OSHA stuff and some of the companies, but set that aside for now, right? That I certainly had some, but you still have a lot of people that would choose to be vaccinated. If you had a vaccine that was actually safe and effective, unlike current narrative that is describing this vaccine as safe and effective, with some asterisks, right? I think you would have a much higher vaccination rate. The vaccination rate isn't just being brought down because of misinformation or crazy people on the right. It's also being brought down by sensible people that have chosen not to get vaccinated because it's not in their health or their interest or in their beliefs to do so.
Well, so I want to believe you, and I want to be optimistic in the sense that I would hope as well that with a better vaccine and just being more transparent, just without any sort of government measures, people would just voluntarily take the vaccine and we'd have high vaccine uptake. But I think we have a preview from other vaccinations where that clearly doesn't happen, where like the MMR vaccine, or where there's, I mean,
yes, misinformation is
people
always
on the
played
left
a
are also
role.
guilty of this as well, that are being anti-vax.
I want to step off of our conversation a little bit. I'll let you finish, but just because there's a lot of people that have been asking this question several times, and so I think it's something worth brought up because it is a Q&A. People keep asking about the inability to sue these companies for vaccinating.
Oh, I'm all in favor. If in fact, once we analyze the data, that yes, people have had severe adverse outcomes as a result of vaccination, I think this only, let's say, makes sense in the context of American healthcare and the profit motive. I think there's less incentive to do that in Canada, where you'll get healthcare anyways, more or less. But yes, I can see.
If you die from the fucking vaccine,
no, fair enough.
you're permanently disabled. Like there's like some, roughly estimated 40,000.
Yes, and I can totally see the argument of, if in fact they have been shown to cause these types of severe events or adverse effects, then I'd be all in favor of compensating these individuals, for sure. I don't see why, if the science points to that.
All right, chat, you heard it here, Cory. Cory,
I don't think there's
I
anything.
think we all agree on this. Casimir. I'm about to drag you in and open the panel up, so relax. I need you to relax, all right? I know that you think that I've been too friendly in this conversation.
What I will push back on
this isn't a
with
debate,
Casimir.
right? I'm trying to have a conversation, but you said, are you okay with the armed rebellion?
I will push back on Casimir that at the very least he should spell my name properly.
I will say this. If there's a vaccine mandate and my kid's injured, I'm fucking popping off some people.
I
know you can't avow or disavow, but I'm just saying, I'm going after some fucking politicians.
I understand being protective of your children and the people you love and care about.
Luckily, both my kids caught COVID, and ironically enough, they caught it in Florida. and they were fine.
Yeah,
one of them was kind of sick.
Go to the Capitol. Where guys can't have fun anymore.
That have got the vaccine, and unless if they, suffered a very severe adverse event caused by the vaccine, I would want them to be compensated as well. I don't know why. Your chat would think that I'm against that per se.
So here we go. Natural immunity. Nasty Naz wants to know about natural immunity.
I know Naz. I've spoken with him before. And I think he wants to come into the open panel.
Yeah, I'm going to drag in Casimir first because I know he's hot on the presses to ask a couple of questions. And then I'll drag in Nasty Naz. But if anybody wants to come into mind for the other side, your community, have at it. Just give them the Discord link. It's in chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's under Streamlabs. But I'm going to drag in one person at a time. I know Casimir. I don't know Nasty Naz. He doesn't look suspicious. I just want to do one person at a time because I don't want 20 people in here real. One person starts saying some crazy shit and I got to.
Nasty Naz is a streamer as well.
Oh, nice. That'll be fun. All right, so I'm bringing Kaz in. Kaz.
Have at it.
Let's go.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I was making a list. I
think there's a bit of an echo.
Speak, guys. Speak, say something. Oh, okay, you got it figured out. Okay.
It was the stream that was up. Sorry, turned it off. Yeah.
Come on, that's rookie move when you call into the radio and you got to cut the radio down.
Rookie move, yes. When we talk about the potential conflicts of interest and issues with science, when Scott tells you about politics sort of injecting itself into the science, it's not like a sort of laughing matter. It's not like a joke. It's people are getting funding based on the importance of their work. So if your work is not important, if you perform an experiment and it doesn't achieve a result, you're not going to get funding. You're not going to get funding next year. You have to produce results, and you have to understand that this provides an incentive where if for the work to become more and more important, and if that work is to preemptively find diseases that are potentially going to jump to humans, then the research is going to narrow down on specifically trying to find how to make it jump. I think it's fairly basic. And under your system of government involvement, or like any of your solutions or the existing system, what exists to stop this? There's no there's no institutional interest from stopping this, because they're all directly connected.
Well, the only thing that I can say is that there are bad actors everywhere in science, in politics. And do I think you could actually fully correct for bad actors? No. I like to think that we can, but at least I can only speak for my experience. That the majority of the scientists that I know, that I deal with, they are pursuing their research with good intentions, and I would make the argument that it's largely those who are capitalists and business oriented that are more profit driven. Like, no offense, or I don't think.
Yeah, no, profit driven is a good thing.
I don't think that's fair. I think that this has been, the entire conversation has been a cope, because they're profit driven, but the problem is there's no accountability for them, because they're guaranteed government contracts. They're guaranteed getting those orders. And so, for example, yes, you're pro lawsuits, but the reality is that it's impossible to sue them. So now with the British Medical Journal, when they release the whistleblower that presents evidence, the evidence gets confirmed by leaks, gets confirmed by internal documents. The FDA doesn't have an answer to the leak. That scientist did what she was supposed to do. She was an expert auditor, and when she reported, she was performing auditing work for a Pfizer subsidiary, as she's supposed to, and when she switched to a new location, she found that location was completely corrupt and inept. So she reported it to the FDA, and we have evidence that the FDA did nothing, because the FDA is like a direct arm of that corporation. People hop in and out. So when you say that the science says that the vaccine is likely more safe than not, if you're cautious, unlike the people on CNN, right? Then you're basing that on the science. But if the science on the back end is filled with garbage, and if the FDA failed to even verify that particular site, I'm not talking about the other sites that we don't have leaks about, but we have one leak, and we know that nothing was done about it. So that's one warning sign that you have. Mm-hmm. And then when you spoke about the lab leak hypothesis, it's the same actors, and you have a whole chronology. I can show you. There's an investigator who posted in the British Medical Journal, again, he posted an entire list of the chronology of what happened. He's missing some key dates, but you can see, according to the dates, there's individual reports, they all get suppressed. Then scientists start, making scientists on the outskirts, not in the main institutions, start speaking out about it because they have less to lose. And then they post questions in medical journals, like in the most official format possible, as a scientist should, as like an article, and the article calls out the main hypothesis, calls out the main team, and says, respond to us. And what do they get in return? They get blocked on Twitter.
Yep.
Anderson blocks an entire group. There is a Twitter account that was maintaining a list of all of Anderson's blocks, and his team, like, they don't respond to the scientific inquiry. And we don't know why they don't respond, so we think, oh, it's a conspiracy theory or whatever, right? Right-wingers believe in conspiracy theories. But if we're cautious, okay, we don't know. So we wait a few months, and eventually the dam breaks, and everybody reverses the blocks on that, and then the FOIA requests come out, and the leaks come out, and everything gets confirmed. It gets confirmed that they knew about this, and they participated in a cover-up, and all of those people that are covering it up have direct conflicts of interest because they're invested in those companies that are being covered up. So you can say that, the right tends to believe in extreme conspiracy theories. No, we just believe that corruption happens, And if your system doesn't have, if your system relies on human morality, on individual morals to prevent corruption, your system is a fraud, is a fraudulent system. Because it's not supposed to rely on that. It's supposed to rely on complete transparency and accountability. Because if we had like a capital punishment for these offenses, like they do in some places in China, maybe the attitude would have been different. Maybe people would be like, oh, I have skin in the game. I can lose more than just my job. I can lose my future. I can lose my business. But they have nothing to lose. In fact, there is a long chain of protections from our state that prevent accountability in both of those cases. Pfizer is not accountable. Their subsidiaries are not accountable. None of the people in the FDA are accountable. And so we have this theater where you can look at, let's say, Ron Paul attacking Fauci, and he will attack him on like some nonsense like the masks, and you responded and say, oh, the masks are not a big deal. Or he will, attack him on the definition of gain of function. Again, not a big deal. What is a big deal is that they covered up things and lied.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I want to give a chance.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. And yes, do I take your point that there are people in these institutions, both government and private, that are whatever?
That's
that are
not the
bad
point
actors?
he's making.
Yeah, no. The message that I get is that
it's the rules of the game that you set up that are wrong. You will always get this result based on the rules you set up.
The incentives are all wrong is the main message that I'm getting. To, let's say, briefly steelman your argument, which I don't necessarily disagree with. But I don't think that's an argument in favor of, let's say, abolishing all these institutions. I think at the end of the day, these institutions are run by people. Okay.
No, but they utterly failed. No, you have to recognize it. If this was a murder investigation, and you would tell me that this guy, listen, if this was a murder investigation, you would say we would both agree that the guy should be in prison awaiting a continuous investigation, because we found him back at the crime scene, cleaning stuff up. We found the same guy, and we don't know. We don't have proof that he's the criminal, but we would at least, move him out of the position where he can keep committing crimes. And yet it doesn't happen in our system. So how can you say that the system can be better if we have less accountability? Now in Pfizer,
I'm all for accountability. I don't think I've ever said that I don't want to hold bad actors accountable. I do. I would point out it's a little bit, let's say, ironic that you are bringing up whistleblowers who are questioning the science, and you are citing the British Medical Journal, which is a scientific publication, and so you're almost like saying science is governing itself. You're almost proving my point for me, because the British Medical Journal is a respected medical scientific publication, and so like these questions, it seems like these questions are being asked. Now, whether they're actually being answered to your satisfaction, I think is a different story. But I don't. I take your point that there have been certain failures of the FDA and CDC. I'm certainly not in favor of the CDC revising their guidelines about isolation, 10 days to 5 days. From what I've seen, that is not science or evidence based. But the FDA, I think it's a fair statement so far historically that the FDA, its establishment has been largely a good thing for drug development and preventing. There have been missteps.
Yeah, we would disagree, most likely.
Most people are familiar with.
Disagree.
Yeah, I find it interesting.
It's a monopoly that doesn't work.
No, I find it interesting is that political camps, right in the left, pick and choose add at the end. Synthesizing, right? Like you see these left-wing, a lot of left-wing politics with coronavirus and everything. They're backing and protecting the FDA. But the moment we stop talking about Pfizer vaccine and we start talking about the Sackler family Oxycontin, all of a sudden they're like, the FDA is a corrupt institution full of people willing to pay, like full of backtracking and full of, like different people. And it's a revolving door between Purdue Pharma and the FDA, and the entire institution is corrupt. And then it's like, when we get back to Pfizer and the vaccine, they're like, no. The FDA is a trusted institution. I think we ought to take these ideas that have become political and synthesize them and realize that we have a corrupt process on a monopoly. It's a monopoly. It's a monopoly on the ability to approve medication. Like, we talk about the FDA being a fine institution, and then you ask me, you talk about your healthcare system and mine, and then we say, well, why are EpiPens so expensive? Why are people coming to Canada to purchase EpiPens? Because the FDA refuses to approve EpiPens except for one company. And it's the same thing with insulin. Like, we have multitudes of examples that stack up that show historically how this is a corrupt institution. It's just that it's the one that we use, and it has some benefits because it's what we use. It's not because it's a good institution.
I mean, you bring up the Sackler, well, first of all, from what I understand, the Sackler family, it's not a family of scientists. And I would agree with you that when these corrupt, bureaucrats and, business people, get into institutions and want to maximize their profits, then yes, I agree that these institutions like the FDA or the CDC can get corrupted by profit-driven individuals.
Okay,
so
No, that's a complete no.
Pause. No, I got it. It's my stream. You can keep talking about the profit incentive, just don't keep saying that is what we're saying, because that's not what we're saying at all. We are making a much larger argument as that it is not the profit incentive of corrupt individuals. It is a system that is corrupt by its design, because it is a monopoly on what can and can't be approved, on what drugs can and can't be used, on what is sometimes transparent and sometimes not transparent, and more often than not transparent in terms of why something is approved. And it is that monopoly that we are against. And the profit incentive that you keep ascribing is large institutions using a corrupt institution, and knowing that the easiest way for them to get rich is to use the corruption of that institution towards their own financial gain. This is known as regulatory capture. Instead, the profit incentive is not what is doing this. This is our argument. Profit is an amoral system that gives people the results that they want. And if there is a corruptible institution there, then it is very easy to use that corruptible institution to gain that profit. But if we didn't have that institution, we had competing institutions for profit, the profit incentive would invariably give us whichever institution was most effective at providing people what it is that they wanted. And what people want is cheap, safe, and effective drugs.
Competing institutions on approving drugs for general use for a given country?
Absolutely.
Yes,
We had that pre-FDA.
No, we didn't have that pre-FDA. We didn't have that. It's a type of a cope where things will just get completely wild and wrong instantly, and the current system is protecting us. But the current system is not protecting us, and I think Scott is exactly right. He's trying to explain this to you, that it's not. They're not interested in profit. Like I'm opening a lemonade stand, and I want my lemonade stand to not poison people because I'll get a bad reputation. It's I have a gun and I'm forcing people to buy my lemonade, and if it poisons them, then the same gun is telling them to move along and get out of the way. And then there's a special department at the end of town that's going to handle my complaint. Also, there's like 1 million people ahead of me, and we're only reviewing like 500 applications per year or whatever it is. And that's how they're doing it. Now, that's not the same as calling it a profit motive. I'm as scared as you of being like a complete, free market where somebody can fool me and sell me snake oil. Yes, that is a risk. But it's a much worse risk if somebody's forcing me to consume snake oil, and then I can't even retaliate against that person. Because here's the reason I didn't ask you the question about rebellion as a joke, because that is the only recourse. Imagine if Pfizer was not like a company. imagine if Pfizer was part of the government. If I know how it feels like it. You live in the USSR, and your Pfizers are your government, and so your only recourse if they do this to you is direct and brutal violence, where you instantly in kill or be killed mode. It's not like you can even resolve things in court. And you have to understand that at the very core, a lot of people in the United States, that's how they feel right now. They feel like their children have been under assault. They feel like 30s Weimar Republic. Like police have been breaking up their windows. Okay, like their businesses have been they've been forcibly going out of business. That puts people in a situation where they're ready to die. And it's like really dangerous, and everybody's talking about it. And the solution is to say, oh, let's give that system more power because it will be better, because there's morality among scientists. Let me give you one example.
Oh, no.
One last example and I'll go. Look into, and this is a topic I proposed for you. Look into the research of the American food pyramid, the 7 Nations study. And the first scientist that blew the whistle against the 7 Nations study and released a counter study that completely debunked it, that person lost his tenure and found himself in a tiny room in like a tiny closet basically, and was forced into retirement from his institution and had to spend like several years finding another job. And when Scott was laughing earlier, he was saying, people have an incentive to go against this culture because they can grift, they can get some money off the internet by being like becoming another Brett Weinstein and having their own podcast. I'm sorry, but those are single digits out of like hundreds of thousands of people that are going to lose their jobs if they open their mouths. And that's like saying to somebody, you don't need to have a real job, just open an OnlyFans. It's that tier. And it doesn't last, because eventually people lose interest in you as a victim, and then they stop paying you. And it's not like, and also that scientist, that was like, imagine if you're forced to stop doing your professional activity, and instead you're forced into like doing solely Twitch, and your meaning for life has been lost, and you show up on stream as like a ghost because you can't do your research anymore.
So 2 things. I want to let Cory respond because that's pretty hefty.
I'll
and
do my
also
best to.
Naz, someone said you're a streamer, so I'm assuming that you're using the same input for your camera on your OBS as you are on stream.
Oh, I got you.
Because it's
okay,
like stuck loading. You got to like change it or get rid of it on your OBS or.
I got you. My bad. Hold on. Give me a sec.
Okay,
that's fine.
So I will try to address all the points made. In terms of like, yes, I would agree with you that whatever, the FDA is a monopoly on drug approval, but I think we have a preview on, let's say, what happens to, at least in the therapeutic world, when it's an unregulated, when there is no monopoly. I think we see this with, at least here in Canada, I think it's roughly the same in the United States when it comes to like natural supplements and let's say things like homeopathy, where literally snake oil can be sold because it's unregulated, because these people can get away with marketing these things as treatments when they are literally not, when homeopathy is literally not a treatment for anything. I mean, this is, I'm reasonably sure, based off of the history that I know, that these institutions were established because of these things, because we had a not perfectly unregulated, but largely unregulated market that allowed these institutions to get away with literally marketing snake oil, or, allowed heroin to get onto market, et cetera, et cetera. And so I can't fully, let's say, dispute you that whatever, some sort of FDA free market would be better. Obviously, I don't know because that's hypothetical, but I think we have a preview.
It's really simple. Like, you don't need an FDA approval process.
But
like if someone says that this will make you lose 30 pounds, take this pill, and then you don't lose 30 pounds, or they say it's safe and, and you do a heart attack, like that's fraud.
Right now, if I want to check, I was switching diets recently, and I wanted to check So my father sent me this diet promoted by a doctor who in New York who somehow like helped our mayor recover, Mayor Adams. And so I took the family name of that doctor and I placed it in a search engine. And within a moment, I had like 5 different podcasts with people with medical credentials telling me how that book is full of garbage and showing me specifically how the research of that snake oil salesman is garbage. So I didn't need to use the FDA to find out that this particular scientific claim was false, because there was an open dialogue and there was nobody in the way. So, and people quoted direct, said, look at his study, his methodology is garbage. Look at what he's saying. He has no support for it. And that's it.
What I would say is, well, first, if you want help changing your diet, I might be able to advise you on that. But regardless, so there's a lot to unpack there. And to go by your claim that, all these people like Brett Weinstein, all the non-mainstream people, it's not, let's say, it's not a good argument because it's not a worthwhile endeavor. I think we have evidence that people can grift long term. Dr. Mercola is a thing. Dr. Oz, who I think at this point is
That's not the argument. That's not the argument. That's a straw man. The argument is that these people are few and far between, and that for the average person to buck the system, right, it is a threat to them. If they want to obtain tenure, it is a threat to them if they want to remain in a majority of the institutions that do these things. It's not. We're not saying that like some people aren't very charismatic and aren't very good at, like, let's say, presenting, bullshit to people, like, or that they are snake oil salesmen. The argument is that when you have a monopoly on what is and isn't snake oil, things can be snake oil and no one really gets to go against that, because the entire structure is designed to support the institution and what it says. And when you have an open and free marketplace of ideas and transparency and informed consent, people have the ability to go out and say, is this snake oil or is this not snake oil? The best argument that I've found for it, and I think I got this from David Friedman, actually, even though I'm not a huge fan, is, what do you trust more? Do you trust your local government structure that gives health food ratings restaurants and posts a sign that says they got an A, an A+, a B minus, a C+? Or when you're looking for a new restaurant, do you go to Yelp or Google reviews and read tons of reviews from other people who have eaten there? And if it has a bad rating and a bunch of people got sick, you go, fuck that place. And if everybody says, wow, that's an amazing restaurant, food was great, the customer service was amazing, you go to that restaurant. Who the fuck walks into the restaurant and yeah, your mic is a little bit hot and nasty.
Sorry.
From like your speakers or something, or your breathing.
Sorry.
Maybe just mute yourself when you're not talking, and
Yeah,
then I'll totally give you an opportunity to talk soon.
Sure.
I apologize.
We'll do.
Casimir,
How
so
about
oh, there you go. Right. It's like, which do you trust more? Do you trust the Yelp and Google reviews, or do you trust the government agency that's looking for cockroaches?
I don't know that food safety is analogous to whatever food taste and Yelp reviews.
But it's analogous to whether or not people got sick. It's analogous to the experience, right? It's analogous to whether or not.
But we're trying to prevent people. Like, I don't want 1,000 reviews or even 100 reviews saying don't come here, I got food poisoning. I'm trying to prevent these things. Food poisoning happens all of the time from institutions that are rated by these agencies, right? So we're not saying. So you wanted to know, like, what do you mean by FDA, right? You said multiple agencies. So like how cars present that they have trophies for their safety ratings when you see a car commercial? I don't know how, like, so I'm certainly not a car person, so I don't mind. Like, I think they're largely just made up and stupid.
There are private institutions, right, that work in such a way as to give awards to certain companies for safety, right? And we already have a government that does that. And many of these institutions are absolutely corrupt. They are. They're paid off by, corporations and things like that in certain ways. And there's some back padding and stuff. The idea is you have a company that you trust. So instead of going to the FDA to trust that the FDA gives you the medication that you should get. The idea is you have a car and you want to buy a car, and you go on Google and you Google all of these different companies and you look at the ratings that they're given from different companies in competing industries. That's the same thing that we're simply advocating for with the FDA, is that instead of having the FDA choose what medication is and isn't safe, you let people purchase medication. You let people take medication. And then you let doctors be experts in medication and what they prescribe, because they have medical degrees and medical licenses. And then at the same time, if you want to take a new medication from your doctor, you Google it, and you have multiple agencies that say, hey, this medication causes heart attacks. Did your doctor tell you about this? And then you go, fuck, I'm not taking this medication. You call up your doctor and you say, hey, a bunch of people are saying this has heart attacks. Like, what the fuck? And the doctor's like, oh, no, don't believe that shit. And then you're like, maybe I should get, in this rare instance where something like that happens, I should get a second opinion. You go to a different doctor and he goes, yeah, this shit causes heart attacks. Guess what? You never see that doctor again. That doctor goes out of business because he's giving bad advice. That's the idea of that.
I think we have a preview of that, of maybe some of the potential outcomes. Like that is almost literally what happened with, let's say, thalidomide, which I think most people are familiar with. It was specifically it was European public health agencies that approved it. It was almost literally one woman at the FDA, a scientist, that said, no, the science doesn't back this up. And it prevented the people in the United States being able to get thalidomide and preventing all the negative effects. Pardon me?
Cory, I want to hop out so that other people can get in. But I'm going to say that several times you said that I had too many points all at once. I'm willing to go on your stream and very slowly, gradually go over all the evidence from 2020, from the beginning, on all of these various issues, and go over all the points very, very gradually, so that there's no
Casimir's a passionate guy.
No pressure on time.
No, I respect the passion.
I'm sorry for making you wait, Nasty Naz. I want to let Nasty Naz hop in here. Because he's been waiting very patiently.
I will just I think thalidomide is a clear-cut case of like what happens if we have too many agencies, or when we don't follow this. Like it was like one woman, a very famous woman, although I can't remember her name offhand.
Not that famous then.
No, this is just
I hope she's a person of color, just so I can come back and call you.
No.
The other person is getting a bit annoyed, so we'll talk about it later. About the cases. Take care.
But yeah, go ahead, Nasty Naz. So pleasure to see you again.
I've never met you. How are you doing?
Although I can't hear you currently.
You're muted. Your mic is muted in Discord.
Nope, still muted.
Nasty Naz, your mic is muted in Discord. You gotta unmute yourself in the Discord.
There we go. This is my first panel. Sorry, I'm still a little bit new at this.
Yeah, this is less of a panel and more of like a discussion, I would say.
Yeah, and me and Cory had a discussion in the past. I think was pretty constructive. It was like what? I'd say maybe 4 or 5 months ago.
I think August, September, around there.
Yeah, this isn't like a blood sports. Don't worry, this isn't Prime Cave.
Oh, for sure.
So
I mean, you can, but I'm probably gonna let you down. I'm not that like cutthroat, probably.
That's fine. I had some questions for you, Cory. So like, something that I just keep hearing is like, it's almost like everything is like we don't know yet. We're not sure. The data hasn't come out yet. What have we learned in the past 6 months that we now know to be true? That's new from how we reacted in the beginning. Is there any like data? It's like new.
Can you
responding to this?
Sure. Like we definitely, I think you're seeing some signs of the response changing as a result of just the new variant. And what we know about the new variant of that, yes, it appears like the science is quite clear that it is less severe, and that this might be sort of, for lack of a better term, our ticket to moving to more an endemic model, where it seems like it's only a matter of time before virtually everyone gets infected with COVID, or probably specifically Omicron, and a result of both vaccination and prior infection, that we will probably have built up this wall of immunity, and so we will probably start moving in the direction of something more normal. I don't know what exactly that looks like, but I think that is what we do know. But if you're asking like I'm not sure if you're asking like something about specific about vaccines or specific about.
Is it good news that we're hearing, or so you're saying it's better? Things are getting better.
I think there's, obviously, I think there's one thing that we know throughout the course of these 2 years is that we can never be so certain about the evolution or the trajectory of this virus. But if the Omicron variant remains the dominant strain, which it's hard to imagine, but not impossible. Biology and evolution can always do crazy things. But if it remains the dominant variant, it's hard to imagine that there will be another variant that is able to overtake just the crazy transmissibility of Omicron. And so given that, and sort of operating under the loose assumption that everyone will get infected, then yes, everyone will probably have some sort of combination of protection from prior infection, protection from vaccination, or some combination, a mix and match. And that we will probably, have to, assuming, let's say, there's no next generation vaccine, but given current vaccines, we will probably have to, be really aggressive in how we vaccinate or boost the vulnerable population, specifically the elderly or the immunocompromised. Probably, it does hold true now with the Omicron variant that younger people probably have very little or much less to worry about compared to Delta or Alpha. So if you're asking if there's signs for optimism or reason to be optimistic, I think so, but I'm not a virologist or medical doctor, but I see signs of optimism.
One thing we have learned,
for the record, I'm sorry.
One thing that we have absolutely is that the narrative that myocarditis and pericarditis more common with COVID than the vaccination, and we now know that certain age, specifically men under the age, we do now know that the vaccine is myocarditis.
Right. And I have no problem. Yeah, I have no problem saying that is a true statement, but I would push back a little bit that is not a sufficient enough argument to not get vaccinated if you are a male between the ages of whatever 18 or 16 to
have
40.
Been pulled off the market after certain number of deaths.
Sorry.
Hasn't that happened before?
Yeah, well, you mean talking about just throughout the history of all vaccines, or you're talking specifically about these?
Like the swine flu vaccine, when they were called that, there was too many deaths. That small number, but they were called after a few.
They were called batches. They were called batches of swine flu, and they were called batches of COVID vaccine as well. What they've also done is
recalls. The medications are a regular
in terms
thing.
of an entire vaccine being recalled. I think the RSV vaccine was recalled because of antibody-dependent enhancement. I think.
Explain that real quick. Do you want to explain that just for 2 seconds?
Oh,
Sure.
antibody-dependent enhancement is complicated, but let me explain it. I think, Corey, because I think
by all means,
over-explain scientifically.
Probably.
Basically, what antibody-dependent enhancement is that I feel like you're smirking because you're about to be like, I'm about to crush these fuckers. No,
me?
Yeah, you got this face oh no, he's gonna fuck it up.
Very expressive. I'm sorry, no.
No, it's funny. So basically, ADE occurs either from previous infection, or usually from vaccination, but it can occur from infection as well, right? Both things can be true. Where as a new variant of the same virus comes out, because you had antibodies or memory for antibody production of antibodies. For the previous variant or for the vaccine that you had. And then the virus structure changes in some degree. What ends up happening is those antibodies, instead of not just being ineffective in terms of their ability to attack the virus, what they will do is they will attach themselves to the virus and they will actually help the virus get into the cell's tissue. And so, for example, one could imagine a scenario where a vaccinated population with a massive amount of breakthrough, or an unvaccinated population in an incredibly transmissible disease that regularly mutates. So this could be true for the vaccinated or unvaccinated with COVID, is that you build up antibodies for a strain or a variant, and then a new strain or variant comes along, and it's not only because you have a previous infection or because you were vaccinated, it actually helps make the virus more deadly to you. That's what ADE can be. We saw this with dengue fever, and we saw this with RSV, are kind of like the two biggest examples of this happening. And it's just something that can happen.
Okay.
Yes, essentially, like it's potentially a vaccination. Well, there's some historical precedent for some vaccines that they can make an infection worse or more likely. However, that does not appear to apply with COVID, at least with the COVID vaccines. There's like 1 or 2, maybe 3 historical cases where, yes, a vaccination campaign has led to basically increased infections. But we now know the biological mechanisms behind that, or at least we understand them much better. We know how to look for it, and it's an important question to ask with vaccines. But there's, as of right now, there's no evidence to suggest that that is occurring with the COVID vaccines.
There's
Gotcha.
extremely limited evidence.
Okay.
I
I'm
won't
not
say
claiming
no
that,
evidence.
like,
There was research from our side that looked at Delta variant and model structure.
Yeah, I
predicted
read
potential
that was like a
AD.
1-page study, a computational
Yeah.
study.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's not no evidence, because we also found ADE in early clinical trials in mice and ferrets, but we never saw any evidence of it in humans. So there's some limited evidence that ADE could occur. And then there's also just the logic of having a vaccine with massive amounts of breakthrough that obviously increases a much more potential risk.
So I have another question for that kind of goes on that same tangent, but like we discussed this earlier, Cory, and I want to hear your updated opinion on it. The idea that I've heard other doctors say this also, the idea that a leaky vaccine, meaning a vaccine which can still spread the virus, will lead to more deadly or contagious variants in the future. It'll actually accelerate the evolution of stronger variants. How do you feel about that right now?
Yeah. So, and many people are also, making the argument that, the natural evolution of all viruses is just to become less deadly. And thus, it's almost like the people who are making this argument early in the pandemic, or, they're cheering because of the Omicron variant coming into the scene. And so the argument of leaky vaccines generating more virulent viruses, is that a potential possibility? Yes. But that's also true with what I would, let's say, I'm making this term up now, with leaky immunity. Like, we know that you can get doubly infected. Like, the antibody response, you getting a vaccine generates an antibody response, and also you getting infected generates an antibody response. So that same argument holds true with just infection with COVID, with or without vaccination. And we also know that Delta, almost like with absolute certainty, came from an unvaccinated individual, because it originated in India before their vaccination campaign even started or rolled out. And we don't know for sure, but I think we do know that in terms of probability, the Omicron variant likely originated in an unvaccinated individual, if in fact it came from South Africa, because their vaccination rate at the time was, I think even now, still quite low. I think it's like hovering, around 40 to 50%. But at the time of the Omicron variant, like, let's say the majority of the population wasn't vaccinated. Is it possible that in that minority population, the Omicron variant evolved and came onto the scene? Yes. But I wouldn't put my money on that. But what I can...
So I got to push back on a couple things.
Sure.
So the last thing you just said, whether or not it came from a vaccinated or unvaccinated individual. While from a ratio
About the
perspective...
Omicron or Delta?
Yeah, Omicron.
Okay.
Delta almost certainly came from an unvaccinated. The scientists mostly agree on that. And Delta is ever so slightly less deadly than the Alpha variant, and ever so slightly more transmissible than the Alpha variant. But the problem there is even with it being less deadly and more transmissible, the question becomes, well, if everyone, and this is a possibility, right? If everyone got vaccinated and we never got Delta because everyone got vaccinated, well, we might have saved a fuck ton of lives. That is a possibility, right? So I'll give the devil his due, right? Even if the virus itself is less deadly, if everyone had been vaccinated and the virus never mutated in an unvaccinated person, that would have been a thing. Anyways, so even it's important to note that even with it being less deadly, it could have led to more deaths because of it being able to escape the immunity of the vaccines, which are based off of spike proteins from the alpha variant. And we had some mutation in the spike proteins in Delta, which lowered the efficacy of the vaccines to a certain degree compared to the original. With Omicron, yes, from a ratio perspective, we think it came from South Africa. It may have come into South Africa from another African country. And it technically could have been in Hong Kong, but probably not. The issue I take a little bit of umbrage with saying, oh, well, the evidence because of the ratio suggests that, because the structure of the virus, the majority of the mutations occurred in a place that makes it more resistant to the vaccine, right? But at the same time, that is typical that spike proteins are more likely to mutate than other than like the biolipid layer that doesn't mutate very often. That also could
it biologically cannot mutate.
Right, well, I mean, technically it could, but it's not going to happen. There are other protein structures that could have mutated that did in Omicron, but the overwhelming majority of them occurred in such a way that made it more resistant to the vaccine, which tends towards the idea that it occurred in a vaccinated population. At the same time, it could also be true that it occurred in an unvaccinated person originally, like the original host, patient zero. But it could also be evidence again of the lab leak theory, in the way that it's Are you dipped out? Because of the way that it is mutating and the suggestion that it is, a bat vaccination, that it was intended to be a bat vaccination, and that certain spike proteins were added to an existing structure of the virus that they were working on originally, developed from SARS and several other things. So, I mean, the real answer with that one is sure, but like, I wouldn't lean too heavily on the fact that it definitely happened in an unvaccinated population in South Africa.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't bet all.
I'd put it like, yeah, it's like that's like a 70-30 bet,
Yeah, exactly. But what I can, like I said, confidently say that Delta, almost certainly, like with very high probability, that I would, bet what little money I have that it came from an unvaccinated individual, assuming it came from India, because it was literally pre-vaccine, or like when 1% of their population was vaccinated.
Yeah.
And like, again, the argument that leaky vaccines can make a virus more virulent, again, that also holds true with leaky immunity. We know you can get doubly infected with COVID, and we know that if you had infection from, let's say, Alpha or Delta, you can get infected with Omicron.
It's not equally true. It's not equally true, and you know that.
Not as severe.
It's not equally true. Here's the reason why it's not equally true. Vaccinated individuals are less likely to be symptomatic. Okay? And so when you have a lot of breakthrough infections in individuals that are less likely to be symptomatic and less likely to be hospitalized, it breaks what you might call the natural. It's not a natural evolution, right? It's a natural probability, you should say, right? It's something other than evolution, because new variants come out and they can be more deadly, they can be less deadly, they can be more transmissible, they can be less transmissible. When a new variant comes out, if it's less transmissible and more deadly, it's not likely to outcompete the other variant, right? Because a virus that kills its host and is less transmissible is just not going to be as successful statistically when you run it over and over and over again as a variant that is more transmissible and less deadly. Right. So when people say that the natural tendency of the evolution is for viruses over time, when new mutations occur, to be more transmissible and less deadly, is because when new mutations occur, those that tend to win the game, if you will, of spreading are those that are less deadly and more transmissible. The problem with the quote unquote leaky vaccine, which I know is something a lot of people get mad at, but the problem with a vaccine that has low efficacy in terms of transmissibility and has a lot of breakthrough cases, but is shown to reduce symptomology, is that you can get a virus that is more deadly and more transmissible. And because a large portion of the population is vaccinated, but it has immunity escape, but it's not actually more deadly in the environment to those that are vaccinated, because because they have reduced symptomology. And so that's kind of where the idea is coming from, that it is somewhat more likely when you have a vaccine that has a lot of breakthrough cases, in the situation that you could get a virus, you're more likely to get a virus that is more deadly than if it comes from an unvaccinated population. But it's not the unvaccinated person versus the vaccinated person. It's about the country or the community that it's in being vaccinated mostly or being unvaccinated mostly.
And what I would, let's say, slightly push back on in terms of the odds of, let's say, a virus mutating in a vaccinated versus unvaccinated person, I think we have good data now to show that, yes, we know that the current vaccines, they're not very good. If not, they have very little effect on transmissibility, but they do reduce severe outcomes, and they do increase one's ability to clear the virus from your body. We do know that the window of being able to clear the virus from your body is shorter for vaccinated individuals. And so if you clear the virus from your body quicker, it's a smaller window for it to mutate. I mean, this is one of the reasons why we
and you also have the exact same level of the virus in the upper respiratory tract, but you don't in the lower respiratory. So your body as a whole is going to have less parts per billion, right, of the virus itself. So yes, being vaccinated is likely to cause the virus to mutate less in an individual that is vaccinated than an individual that is unvaccinated.
Right, and I would also, let's say, bring up, just to sort of quell the argument that the natural trajectory of viruses is to become less deadly and more transmissible. That has clearly not happened with rabies. Rabies is still like the most fatal infection, or pretty much disease you can get.
Coronavirus? Is it in the category?
It's a virus.
The overwhelming majority, that's what happens, but that doesn't necessarily mean it always happens.
Exactly, and I'm reasonably sure that if you get infected with rabies, which I hope that's not the case, you're not going to be relying on 100% sterilization of your vaccine 10 years ago, when the CDC recommends that even if you've been vaccinated, if you've been exposed to rabies, you should still get a booster.
Yeah. Go to your doctor.
If you're exposed to rabies, get to
You've
the
got
doctor.
I think you've got like something like 36 hours to get a booster, and then if you don't get it in that time period, like, you're fucked and you're going to die a horrible death.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd very much, I don't want this to happen to anybody, but it's very strange to me where there's all these people are like against boosters. You're going to be begging for a booster if you are exposed to rabies. Okay.
Yeah, but obviously the two are not analogous, right? People are against boosters because we know that there are dangers to the body from the spike proteins, even as they are in the vaccine, from adverse effects, and that by constantly reintroducing it, you risk inflammation in the cellular structure of almost all of your organ tissue, right? So people aren't opposed to boosters for the same reason they're opposed to a rabies booster, because rabies doesn't have nowhere near the adverse side effects that many of these vaccines have, and that the booster is, and it may even be true, right? It may even be true that there's something about the alpha variant, because one of the things that I'm curious about in this data, this is really just a question to the scientific community as a whole, is it true that the vaccine is more likely to give you myocarditis, or is it that the spike proteins in the alpha variant are the most likely to give you myocarditis? And because we're now in Omicron and Delta territory, that is the reason why vaccines are now have higher rates of myocarditis, and that maybe that wasn't true when it was just the alpha variant I don't know.
Yeah, and well, let's just say I would push back a little bit in terms of there's
you can't
some
push
like
back on a question, motherfucker.
no, but your statement in terms of like the potential negative effects of the spike protein. There's some in vitro or animal studies where, like, yes, if you squint hard enough at the data, you can maybe see some spike proteins accumulating in certain other areas in a mouse.
Yeah, Casimir makes a really good point. Omicron's probably not gonna, like, it's overwhelmingly likely that you survive Omicron no matter who you are. Literally, even if you are an 85-year-old with dementia and diabetes and obese, you are still far more likely to survive Omicron than you are not to survive Omicron. Whereas if you get rabies, you're gonna fucking die.
Yeah.
I just want to point that out when comparing the two, because he made a good point. It's like when you're saying like, whoa, why are people afraid of boosters? It's like, well, I mean, if I catch Omicron and I don't have serious medical conditions, it's like a 0.001% chance if I'm young, relatively healthy, that Omicron killed. Whereas like rabies is like a 99.7% chance you're gonna die.
Yeah, it's pretty much a death sentence. But regardless, like there's still like 2,000, at least in the United States, around 2,000 people dying per day of Omicron, which I think it's fair to say that Omicron is now the dominant strain in the United States. And so yes, is it less deadly? Sure, but and also,
well, be careful saying they're dying from Omicron. They're dying with Omicron.
Fair enough. There are certainly some patients, maybe majority, with, yes, we can talk about comorbidities, but I think it's a false analysis to say that it's either you overcome the infection or you die. There's also there's more and more data. I mean, this data existed even a year ago, but there's more and more data coming out in terms of some of the long-term effects of COVID.
Well, yeah, same is true.
That's not true of the vaccine.
Whoa! You're telling me that
because
people haven't had long-term side effects from the vaccine? There are 40,000 people that are permanently paralyzed. That is attributable to the vaccine, at least in some degree.
Got paralyzed.
Or not permanently paralyzed. Sorry, permanently disabled.
You got paralyzed with the vaccine, not because of the vaccine.
No,
that is why I push back on this VAERS report, because you're making that claim, and I don't think it's like show me a published peer-reviewed study that backs up those numbers. You cannot.
You can't give you a published peer-reviewed study on the current today's numbers of VAERS. What I can give you is Nature magazine with 512 citations saying that VAERS almost always underreports, and VAERS' own website says this as well.
Saying all the nurses are lying about VAERS? All the nurses
no, I'm not saying they're lying. I'm like, literally, VAERS says, please do not draw any conclusions from this data. And you're making a claim based off of this data. It literally says, please don't make any claims. So don't make claims. Like, you
can't even make it a factor.
I'm saying it's the best available data that we have, right? And we know that the data is almost always underreported.
Even if I double or triple it, like it very explicitly says. I mean, we can go to the VAERS website where it says, don't mine this for data. Do not draw any conclusions. I don't know why. Again, this is why I push back on that whole narrative thing, because we're attempting to trust you with the data, and then you are using this to justify, or at least trying to make these claims.
Exactly what's going through my mind when I make that statement. I'm not saying because of VAERS I believe this. I'm saying with VAERS as a factor, along with dozens of doctors saying the exact same thing that nurses are saying about VAERS, makes me draw a conclusion. That's, I think, it's just like a factor. We're not saying that's the reason that
VAERS is an
estimate.
estimate.
100% correct.
VAERS is an estimate that is usually an underestimation. VAERS puts out that statement because they are saying, hey, this is an estimate. This isn't a provable fact of how many people have died with or from such and such thing. But that doesn't mean that I shouldn't personally use estimates as a means of understanding.
It's an estimate of reports, not.
No, it's not an estimate of reports. It is the reports. It's not an estimation of reports.
Well, you just said it's an estimation.
It's an estimation of how many have died from the vaccine.
Assuming some of the reports.
Based off of the reports.
No. It's an estimation of the people that have died that have also received a vaccine.
No. The only way you get a VAERS report is if someone believes that there was a causal link between an adverse effect and the vaccine. Yes. No one does a VAERS report when they have no reason to believe that someone's death was caused by something.
That is not true. They're almost that's why I say it's literally a damn lab notebook. We are just taking notes as we go in terms of thorough data collection, and then we will go back, or whatever, some more qualified person will say, are these reported adverse events, are they actually associated with the vaccine. Is the vaccine actually causing these things? Like, yes, this is how we came to the conclusion that yes, myocarditis for a particular cohort of individuals, it is associated with the vaccine. As in, for if you're whatever a young male between the ages of whatever 16 and 40, like yes, the vaccine can cause myocarditis. That is because that data was analyzed, it was mined, it was reported. You can't make that claim when it comes to paralysis. Otherwise, show me the rates of paralysis in a study. We have rates of myocarditis, so show me the rates of paralysis.
Well, I misspoke and said disability.
Okay, well then show me disabled. Like we published rates of myocarditis. This is how we came to the conclusion. This is why we have the VAERS reports. And so, like, if what you are saying is true in terms of these people that have received the vaccines, their disability.
Well, maybe if we didn't have a corrupt institution that made it so difficult to actually do that research, we could do that research.
Why was it done with myocarditis then? Like,
well, it was done in the UK, which their system is a little bit better than what we have here in America. The incentive structures.
Yeah, and I would assume the UK is still also concerned if
we haven't done. You're right. We don't have any good published research on the deaths. The best that we have is VAERS reports. VAERS reports are an assumption by a doctor that this was caused.
That's not what a VAERS report is.
That is exactly what a VAERS. No, doctors and nurses do not just simply say every time we have a patient who dies and they had a vaccine in this amount of time or they were vaccinated that we fill out a VAERS report. That's not how VAERS works. The way VAERS works is when you have an assumed vaccine adverse effect, you fill out a VAERS report.
Not assumed. No.
Yes, that is exactly how that works.
No.
Yes, like I've given vaccines in a vaccine clinic, and that is how the government tells us to handle it. That is how the Army says. If you think you have an adverse effect from a vaccine, you fill out a VAERS report. That's what it is.
Otherwise, why would it say on the VAERS website to not draw conclusions off of this?
They're legally obligated. Like, they can't just say this is 100%.
They're not legally obligated because they're underreporting issues with VAERS.
Ethically obligated, right?
That's why they say that.
It's a disclaimer.
Yes, and that's why, this is why I come back to the myocarditis example, and pericarditis, etc., etc. Like, those people that have undertaken those studies, they didn't just take the numbers from VAERS, the myocarditis numbers from VAERS, and just put it in a published study. No, they did an actual analysis. They followed a group of individuals, and they had a control group.
Yes, it's not a randomized control group. I get that, right? It's not a scientifically rigorous process. It's an estimation because it's based off of the reports from doctors that believe they have a vaccine adverse effect. That means that sometimes they could be wrong. The doctor could be reporting a vaccine adverse effect, and it's not what it is. But what we do know is that time and time again, we have substantiated that VAERS almost always underreports in every situation when we go back and we look at it. Why? Because doctors don't always take the time to do it because they're not legally mandated to do so unless it is a VA hospital in America. Right? We're talking about America.
Nurses on video are admittingly not reporting.
There's politics involved. So in some places, some hospitals are like, you better fucking report every case. And in some places, they're like, vaccine doesn't cause deaths. Why are you filling out a VAERS report? And they get in trouble because they're wasting time because it takes 30 minutes to 45 minutes to fill out a fucking VAERS report. And they get in trouble for wasting time because there's politics involved. We understand that this data isn't the best data. It's not the most scientifically procured data. That being said, it's an estimation, and it is an estimation that generally almost always falls under, especially when you're talking about things that are not death related. When it comes to death, that usually tends to be about 70-80% of the deaths, right? So we can tackle, if we wanted to make a true estimation of the amount of deaths that have been caused by the vaccine in America, Our estimation would be to add about 10 to 20%, so we'll say 15%, so 3,000 to this number, and we'll say that about 25,000 people have died from the vaccine in America, which is a order of magnitude of 30 to 40 times higher than any other vaccine in recent history in America.
So
That is what we're saying.
everything
It's not perfect.
Everything, only works if you ignore like this point where it says, like word for word on the VAERS website, VAERS is not designed to determine if a vaccine caused a health problem. Like that is what it says. And you are saying,
Yeah, I just explained the entire process, and now you're falling back on the government covering their own ass with a fucking sentence, and like you're not actually engaging with how the system works, how it's reported, or what the numbers mean. That's bad faith.
No,
You've been
no,
good
no,
faith for the most part. That's bad faith.
because
I make a statement. I don't
Yeah,
think
by
it's
all means.
his fault specifically because, like, I think the mainstream media in all countries really are brainwashing people into doubting credible scientists and information. So VAERS is a database that isn't 100% accurate, of course, but it's a resource that can be used and can be learned from. But the mainstream media is telling people that VAERS is completely false and there's doctors and nurses just making shit up online, which is against the law. It is not happening.
yeah, from what I understand, it is a federal crime to whatever misreport.
So you're saying
on
all these
VAERS.
people are committing crimes just to make the COVID narrative seem, the vaccine narrative
No, he's
seem
saying
bad.
he's trying to make a, hold on, I'll let you answer, but it seems like you're trying to make the assertion by not engaging in the argument that what is happening is every time somebody dies and they happen to be vaccinated, people are reporting it, and thus it's over-reported. And that's not how VAERS works and how the process works.
Yeah, if anything, it's underreported, is what you're saying, right, Fabian?
But I've even granted that point, that even if it is underreported, like, yes, am I falling back on the position that VAERS outlines on its website? I mean, like, I can't engage with the claim that, well, don't trust what VAERS, like, what it says to not do, which is don't draw any conclusions, as in it's not designed to determine if a vaccine causes
Why
health
does that
problems.
matter?
Like,
Please explain to me why that matters.
because to make associations, like especially when it comes to health, like this is why like it took a long time to just come to the conclusion that cigarette smoking is associated with cancer. Yeah, if not, you can maybe argue make the claim that cigarette smoking causes lung cancer, because to draw those type of conclusions like this vaccine caused death or caused whatever, a person to be paralyzed or disabled, like that is a strong claim, and it has to be based off of strong evidence and analysis, which is why like we carried out that analysis with myocarditis, like, and we can now make the firm conclusion that yes, for some people the vaccine will likely increase your chances of experiencing myocarditis or pericarditis, but to plant it in the same vein as like the vaccine can cause paralysis, or the vaccine can cause disability, or the vaccine is results in these number of deaths, like the evidence has just not been analyzed there. I'm not saying that everything on VAERS is like totally false or fake. Like I said,
We're not saying any of that, though. We're saying it's an estimation.
you're saying it's an estimation of the
deaths.
vaccine causing these things, or
Yes.
and that's why it says on VAERS. Yeah, go for it.
And I love talking to you because you're like super honest, and you're right, Fabian. Like Cory's super good faith, and like he's a good person to share ideas with.
I don't know about super
So-
good faith. We're going with mostly good faith here.
I backed you on that brand for liberty point. Come on.
You're Canadian, so I kind of forgive you. But
But yeah, it's like, and this
We-
is just look at chat. Then how do you claim that it's if it's an impossibility to claim that something is unsafe now, unless we get rigorous testing after the fact, after we've already done this? Like, how do you claim that it is safe then?
Yeah, by I mean,
By just saying VAERS is not trusted, so we can't use
well,
that.
first of all, I don't know that I'd ever say like any therapeutic is safe, and it matters on
You
terms
said
of
it
like,
in our first debate, but that's fine.
or
You said safe and
are you
effective
familiar
several
with-
times in our first debate.
you familiar
Yeah,
with
you're not wrong.
athletes collapsing or no? You're not familiar with that?
No, I've heard that story and rumor, and I've also done the fact checking. That seems to be a largely pretty much a false claim.
Misconception.
What
I would
is?
love it to be false.
That a
What's
number
false?
of whatever soccer players or athletes have dropped dead as a result of the
Having to
vaccine.
retire because of heart conditions.
A lot of professional athletes have been an overrepresentation of professional athletes have had to retire their career from vaccine injuries. I don't know that necessarily is transmissible. I think research should be done on that, because I think it might be something to do with their type of body. Like a human at like I think you might be dealing with exceptional athletes at that level, for whatever reason, seem to be more likely to have adverse effects from the vaccine. And so exceptionally, I don't know why. We need research on that. Now, collapsed dead, a couple of soccer players have died presumably from the vaccine. That's not false, but a lot of people have. But it's like a couple. I think it's like two.
Not concrete. I get it. It's just
Right. It's like two people. That appears to be what occurred. Right. Like we don't know for a fact, just like with the VAERS situation. That being said, myocarditis and then heart attacks. Yes. But regardless, it appears that some of the symptoms, some of the adverse effects seem to be affecting pro athletes at a higher rate than the general population. And that is just interesting to me, honestly, more than it is terrifying to me. Because maybe there's something to do with their types of bodies or muscle fiber or their cardiovascular system or something that is causing higher rates of adverse effects.
Could I ask a
It'd be
question
interesting to see.
related?
But even then, I'll be like, I do remember reading a particular story, specific story about soccer players, dropping dead as a result of the vaccine. And at least based off the fact checking that I did, that was a completely, fabricated story and not true at all. I can't speak to other athletes, but that specific story about soccer players, dozens and dozens of soccer players dropping dead.
Yeah, that's not true.
That was, from what I did.
But we have seen a ton of soccer players and basketball players specifically
Like individual cases.
that are like when compared to the population at that in that group level, compared to the general population, way more likely to. Or adverse effects are just that underreported, and they just happen to get more media attention, because if their career is ruined by an adverse effect, all of a sudden everybody's paying attention, cares. And if the systems we're using are underreporting, and we don't have good data on some of this stuff, then it could just be that the adverse effects are much higher than we think, and we're able to see it in that. Either or.
Yeah, and also not all adverse events are created equally. Injection site soreness is technically an adverse event, and so sure, I will grant that all these athletes had an adverse event. But if it happened to be a sore arm at the injection site, okay, I think they can deal with that.
No, several people have retired as.
But I also do know, at least from some of the stories that I've read, that there are at least a couple of athletes that have gotten COVID, and as a result of whatever long COVID or severe symptoms, they haven't fully recovered. And so, again, that's why it's hard to, tease out what's true here and what's not, which is why, yes, do I rely on peer review published studies? Yes. Is that my bias? Yes. And again, if you're a pro athlete, and we know, sure, can the vaccine, if you're a young male athlete, potentially increase your risk of getting myocarditis? Yes, but again, also myocarditis is on a spectrum. And sure, it sounds scary to most people, but what we do know is that the vast majority, if not the overwhelming majority of myocarditis cases, fully recover, and there are no long-term effects so far that we have seen of individuals that have experienced myocarditis from the vaccine. And so it's not just all or nothing, where myocarditis is this bad or always bad or negative thing. The majority of people that experience myocarditis from the vaccine, it's either mild to moderate.
So
with full recovery.
You should vaccinate children?
I'll leave that up to, I haven't done all the digging on children. From what I understand, at least in my area, I think children 5 or 6 and above are approved to receive the vaccines.
My chat is very suspect on whether or not you actually read a lot of studies on this. I'm not sure.
I'm reasonably sure I read more than them, but I'd be more than happy to have them on my stream and go through it.
Cory, I don't know if you remember, but when we first talked, it was right
That
when
sounds
the
like
Israeli study.
it sounds like Casimir. It sounds like you have an opportunity to force him to read whatever studies you want him to read and challenge him. Right? That's what
Yeah,
I
by all
suggest. I
means.
suggest you
I
find
will-
good research that you think, especially some of the whistleblower stuff. I suggest you definitely compile that because he agreed to have you on, and you should take him to task on it.
I will gladly engage with Casimir. Absolutely. I enjoy speaking with them. I can't guarantee that I can address every single argument that they make, but I will gladly do my best. And yeah, Nasty Naz, you had a question? Sorry.
Yeah.
I definitely think you should talk. I'll be quick. I definitely do think, and he's right on this. You really should look on with him at the researcher blowing the whistle on the Pfizer vaccine, because he brought up several times, and you kind of just pivoted away from the fact that we know that people were reporting massive data integrity issues, and at the same time we have emergency use authorization, and we have a completely non-transparent process on the FDA approval of the vaccine. This is very suspicious. I think I should honestly give you cause for concern. You should look into this.
With the layer of censorship, mind you.
Your words, not mine. But go for it. Your question, Nasty Naz.
It was, so right when we debated initially, it was right when the Israeli study came out on natural immunity being 28 times better than vaccinated immunity. That was the Israeli study. Now, you had doubts about that back then because it first came out. You said it wasn't 100% great data. Since then, I think it's kind of been solidified that now, with almost 99% of the population in Israel being vaccinated, it is probably the best data we have when it comes to.
Wait, can you repeat that? That you said? Did you just say that 99% of the population in Israel is vaccinated?
It's close to. It's close. It's in the 90s.
I
It's just
don't think it is.
check the vaccination rate in Israel. It's in the 90s.
I think you might be talking about with at least one dose.
Exactly. That's what I meant.
Well,
Not
yeah,
fully,
I
not
like,
fully
They're up to their
vaccinated.
They're up to their 5th dose now, so it's like, what's really fully vaccinated?
yeah, but at least like that makes a huge difference. At least one dose. Like we know boosters are important. So like that claim, like
Because
you're
the
making the
first
claim
dose
that
wears off, right?
yeah, if you are making the claim that 99% of the people in Israel are fully vaccinated, at least 2 doses, that I would fully dispute. I don't think any country, as far as I know, has over like 95% fully vaccinated of its eligible population.
I know Gibraltar is just a very small country, but
Well, yeah, that's like 1,000 people.
that's like nobody. Yeah, but yeah. So natural immunity is what I'm referring to. I'm not referring to the vaccination rate in the country. It's the study that came out that showed that 28 times you're 28 times more protected with natural immunity against the Delta than you were having been vaccinated with, I think, 1 or 2 doses. And that was a study that came out of Israel that's been cited many times, and I've heard doctors state it as being something that's like very significant because of the sheer number of people that were involved in the study. Because it was almost the whole population.
Yeah, do we now know that, let's say, prior infection confers protection? Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't dispute that. But are you then going to make the claim that, you know, that means that you should intentionally infect yourself for protection? Or like what kind of...
I think it should be people's free choice. Like it's your freedom to put yourself at whatever risk you want to put yourself at. Right.
Well, I would agree with you if you weren't living in a society with a healthcare system. Like,
Hashtag
and-
we live in a society.
We have early treatments now, right? That's
The great or good.
God, that was so loud.
that's
Turn me down.
we have only early treatments like whatever the Paxlovid, like that's a very limited supply. And also, from what I understand, although I haven't done due diligence on Paxlovid, but from what I understand, it has to be sort of administered very early on, if not almost like a prophylactic or preventatively, for it to be effective at reducing hospitalization. But don't quote me on that.
Dude, I'm getting so many different numbers for Israel that it's insane. Only consistent numbers I can get in terms of vaccination rate is that they have a population of 9.3 million and that they've given 17.7 million doses. Some sites are saying it's as low as 65.6%. Some are putting it at 70%, 72.5%. And then some are putting it like close to 90% with when you take out children.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and generally speaking,
So I think the 90% number you're getting is how many people at least one dose aren't. So
Gotcha.
yeah, early on in the pandemic, like Israel had an aggressive vaccine rollout campaign, but they didn't achieve like really high numbers of fully vaccinated people. It generally plateaued at around 70-75%. I don't think they even ever surpassed like the 85% fully vaccinated population. And so, like, the claim that 99% of people in Israel are vaccinated, that's not a true
I was talking
claim.
about the immunity 28 times.
Yeah, so
that's
well,
what I was referring to. Is that like a credible stat that can be used as like knowledge to protect yourself?
I believe, if I remember correctly, that study was not done during the Omicron wave, and so given the fact that I think it's fair to say that that is the dominant strain globally, if not it's going to be, then I don't know how much that 28 times protection holds up now with Omicron. We do know that Omicron has pretty significant immune evasion, even against prior infection, against vaccination, even against those.
If it does infect you, it's not as major though. It doesn't usually result in fatal symptoms.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Well, we know that
the
just from infection in general.
CDC just released a study that prior infection is better than vaccination. Delta. But I mean, that's how far that's how far when we're talking about data, a lot of times we're almost, especially when we're talking about Omicron, we're talking about preprint. That's how far behind actual published data that has been subject to peer review it takes to get into the public, which is that the CDC is just now being able to release data showing that if you had a prior infection from Delta or from Alpha, that you are more protected from the Delta variant for a significant period of time than you are from being vaccinated. And that, of course, the individual that is both vaccinated and has a prior infection is more protected than any other.
Yeah, and
Pivot to masks or no?
Pardon me?
We go to masks or no? You guys want to keep talking about vaccines?
Oh no, well,
We're
this is
just talking
mostly
about
just
COVID
all
in general.
Yeah, exactly.
So did masks work? And I'm only asking these questions because these are all the questions I've had during the whole thing I was watching. After these 2 years of us being masked, right? Has it worked?
Depends on what you mean by work and what's your benchmark.
Is it effective
it's hard
enough
to
keep doing?
Well, so as much as, let's say, I support the data that shows that masks are generally effective against in reducing transmission, I do have concerns about wearing masks long term, especially with children. I can fully grant that children not being able to see half the faces of their peers in school, that's probably not a good thing. And I do have concerns in terms of how masking would affect children who are developing and the socialization process. But in general, in terms of the science of masks, we have quite good science that, at least with an N95 respirator, that is the best mask to use, provided you actually wear it properly and
that's
you can
the problem,
comply.
right? Is that
Yeah, that's the issue,
a laboratory environment doesn't usually control behavior in the right? Does wearing a mask, if you wear your mask properly, does it help? And you're wearing a good mask? Absolutely.
I agree with that.
There's no
100%.
argument with that. The problem is that is not the same thing as the Karen that goes to the grocery store and pulls a dirty cloth mask off of her center console, puts it on her fucking face, and then won't stop touching her face to readjust the fucking wet mask because the bitch is a damn mouth breather and can't stop getting her mask wet from and then thinks she's protected because she's vaccinated and masked, and fucking stands right up on your ass like fucking right behind you because she's anxious to get out of the Walmart as fast as possible.
She's a victim to psychosis, bro.
Right. So I'm saying, like, you start adding in all these behavioral factors, and it's like, if you change your social distancing because you feel protected by a mask, you're not wearing the mask properly, you're not cleaning the mask, if you're not wearing the right type of mask, because cloth mask probably doesn't do shit. Probably doesn't.
Like,
Start
that's the
adding
same
all these
science
elements.
we were arguing in the beginning. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like that was the same science people were referring to in the beginning, saying that they don't work. It's the idea that the way
But
we're
then the
using
narrative
them isn't
changed
work.
because
Exactly.
state institutions supported science that, specifically looked at things without looking at it in an environment. And then all of the doctors and any of the people that were going onto the news media and things like that said, now you have to wear a mask. You absolutely have to wear a mask. And of course, you had people like Dr. Fauci that said, masks don't work. It's, quote, a social placebo, and that it's not actually effective in the environment. And then a couple months later, once the government wanted to support that, you have to wear a mask. Masks are super important. And then eventually he even got to the point where you should double mask. Double masking is so much better, and it's going to be great. And if everybody double masks, we're all going to get through this pandemic. And then eventually science kept saying, go fuck yourself, go fuck yourself, go fuck yourself. Because
Don't forget the vaccine.
right,
Taking the
a
mask
few individuals keep pushing back, and then eventually, years later, we get to a point where we were in the very beginning, which was that the science always showed that, don't really work unless done in a very specific way, and people don't act that way.
Like, doesn't it
no,
rub you the wrong way that they said
even then,
take the mask off after getting
I-
vaccinated, and then they
I-
changed it? Don't you think that just a little?
Well, just to get back
Casimir
on
wants to come back
mask.
just to show you his mask.
I think I've seen his mask, and he has a very high quality mask. And from what I understand,
Here's the deal, guys.
takes
I'll get the
very
vaccine.
good
You
measures
fucking leave me alone.
in terms
And
of
did that
hand washing
work?
and replacing
No.
masks,
So
and he seems to be
stupid
very
me.
thorough. Yeah.
There you go.
Let me
Oh, yeah, I
say
got
only
it.
this.
Which
What's up,
All
Oracle?
this
Oracle, come.
God
I
damn
need to change my name on some of these. You can just call me Worry. It's a lot easier.
All right, yeah. It sounds like a metal that I would use for blacksmithing in Skyrim.
It was a metal in Skyrim. I mostly
literally-
use it from like Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy. That's the thing I got it from. But
And yeah, if everyone could comply with the mask that Casimir wears, that would probably be a good thing and almost certainly reduce transmission. Do I
Except for
expect
the
a 5-year-old to wear
the
that?
terrified children that are walking around as these plague doctors march
Yeah,
down the
exactly.
streets.
I
Fucking-
don't blame a child, a kindergartner for not wanting to wear that. I wouldn't even want to put it on them.
I wouldn't blame a child staying far away from Casimir with that. That would very much
proper
scare me.
proper
I think that
social
holds true with or
distancing will be
without mask,
achieved
but-
Yeah.
if everyone looks like Casimir.
I don't want to take it too far back. I joined a little bit halfway through, but I wanted to ask when you guys were talking about the VAERS report, just to make sure that I understand what you were saying.
I'm
Do
not
you-
going
would
back.
you
to
prefer-
this.
Well, I just want to understand. I just want to make sure I understand what you were saying. Do you prefer being called Fabian or Scott? Do you care?
It doesn't matter.
Fabio.
Fabian or Fabio.
Oh, get the fuck out of here with that Fabio shit.
It-
Mark,
it-
Mark, and I. In
It
the other
constantly
corner,
amuses me how
are-
people just cannot pronounce Fabian at
I-
all.
that
Listen,
Mark
what
and
did I
I
say? Say
are
Fabio?
Fabian Liberty. I am Scott.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. So when you were specifically going back and forth about the idea how, if we look at VAERS and then almost all the time it's underreported. When you say underreported, are you talking about like factually, if someone was reporting, say they died from the vaccine, that one, they actually died from the vaccine and that's what's being underreported, or the underreporting of someone possibly dying from the vaccine?
So the second one is underreported, but also when we go back and research comparing VAERS death and comparing adverse effects with a controlled population, what we find is that the rate of actual deaths, right, is underreported in VAERS.
Okay, so the
But
ones where
but what VAERS is a doctor or it is a doctor, or sometimes nurses do them as well. But they're doing it under the provision of a doctor's license. So like, even if a nurse is doing it, you're not supposed to do it. Like the nurses will often fill out the VAERS reports because it's grunt work and you don't want to waste a doctor's time filling out half-hour fucking. But it's under a doctor's license. So a doctor has said at some point, I think this adverse reaction, be it death, be it whatever it is, was caused by a vaccine, right? Then a report gets filled out. That does not mean that that was actually caused by the vaccine. It just means that a doctor's opinion was that it was caused by a vaccine. Now, when we go back and we research, right, the accuracy of VAERS in terms of how many deaths actually occurred versus how many were reported as assumed to have occurred, the number of assumed to reported to have occurred almost always is lower than the actual deaths that occurred in the population. Reason is because not everybody fills out VAERS report. They're not mandated to unless they work at the VA, right? Now, some companies will mandate them, obviously, but some companies don't. There's no law requiring them to do such. And so there's underreporting because it simply won't happen most of the time out of sheer laziness. Is that the doctor's like, I've got patients, I've got shit to do. I'm not going to send my nurse to go do a half hour's worth of reporting because I'm busy. And one could even imagine that that might even be, I don't know, more pertinent of a factor when hospitals are overwhelmed with cases, or and when doctors and nurses are, you know, quitting because they're stressed out about COVID or because of vaccine mandate. That being said, it is, as Cory suggested, to a certain degree, it is an estimation. It's not proof that 21,745 deaths occurred. All I'm saying by showing that number is by all of the available evidence that we have, that estimation is likely lower than the amount of individuals.
Sure. You can say that, but I think where Cory was trying to get at, and what I was trying to understand, is if we say that even though it's underreported, and that's just the reports, not the people that actually did die, but even the ones that actually did die is still a lower amount than what you're saying. We don't say that, and I don't think the community says that until they go through all that data, until they like go through it first, which is why Cory kept coming back to, at least my understanding of why he kept going back to, is like, you're taking the numbers now and saying, hey, I'm going to make a fairly, I don't know if you would say it's too strong, but a fairly stronger stance than what the community, the science community themselves would say right now.
But I'm not a member of the scientific community making an argument about the science of COVID, right? I'm saying this is the estimate that is likely a low estimate. I'm saying that because people are out here saying things like, oh, the vaccine's safe and effective, and I'm debating these people. I'm like, look, motherfucker, we have an estimation of how many people died, and we know that this estimation is likely a low estimation, and we know that this number that we have is fucking 20 or 30 or 35 times higher than we ever had with measles, or we ever had with MMRV, or that we ever had with rabies shots, or that we ever had with any of the modern vaccines that we're currently using. And so when you tell me this is safe and effective, I have to ask you, based off of that, the fuck are you talking about? Right? It's not about educating people on the fact of the scientific study. It's about what do you mean by safe and effective? What do you mean by, like, there's a narrative and there's evidence, even if it's not a scientific peer-reviewed thing that gives you an exact number, it's still evidence that leans in the favor that this narrative is somewhat bullshit.
So when you hear people saying that it was safe, did you truly believe? I don't want to say that you were characterizing it this way, but the way you almost make it sound is that when people say it's safe, they're saying there's no negative side effects, which I don't believe people mean that when they say it's safe. I think it's a cost-benefit analysis that they're making.
I think it's a parroting. I think it's a parroting from people that have a fucking mind virus, constantly safe and effective, because institutions have decided this is what the narrative will be, and that when you start saying things counter to that, it should be otherized. That's what I think it is. I don't think they mean a goddamn thing by it when they say safe.
Okay.
I think that they're just parroting what other people have said, because they've said that we all need to get vaccinated. Talking point, safe and effective.
If the narrative's that strong, why do we have so many people speaking out against it?
Well, because luckily we don't currently live under a totalitarian regime that fucking murders people for saying things against them. Like, we do have some limited free speech in this country. We do have the internet. These are all great things. Now, if you were living in Australia, you know, you might be a little less likely to speak up about it, but you might be thrown into a camp.
Wait, I might be thinking of a different place. Weren't there like giant protests in Australia when they were pushing like wasn't there some form of vaccine mandate
because
for
the mandates in Australia have gone to the effect of, if you protest, right? So we have tons of video of this. If you protest, the police, if they find out, will go to your door and try and get you to self-incriminate about whether or not you were protesting, because protesting against the vaccine mandates, it's illegal to go out of your home when you're on lockdown, even for a protest. It is illegal to be in large groups and gatherings. And it is also illegal, and you can go to jail in Australia for suggesting that people should do these things.
Okay, I'll take your word for that. I don't know it that far, but I do knew that there was protesting happening. Which
Yeah,
is
I mean, the mandates are so bad.
Going out and protesting against it.
Let me give it to you this way, right? If an emotional argument, the protests are so bad that a man lit himself on fire in protest of what they are doing in Australia. It has gotten to like Burmese level fucking shit and all. People are choosing to light themselves on fire to.
And the government called that like an arsonist. He was like
They called him an arsonist. Yeah.
And what I would say, going back to the VAERS, like your narrative argument, I think is heavily undermined by the VAERS. Like
I think your argument against VAERS heavily undermines the fact that you have presented a situation where now the only standard of proof of saying that something is not safe and effective, which is the now assumed position, because FDA said it's safe and effective, therefore it must be. The only way to prove that is to get funding for very specific types of broad research. I think that that's a problem. I think that you ought to be able to question things with estimates.
Yeah, I'm not stopping you from asking questions, but I mean, question whether they're safe and effective. Totally. And that's why I'm all for, exploring these questions and to actually, get to the bottom of are these adverse events that are being reported, are they actually associated or caused by the vaccine? But to plant your flag there now, I think is very much super premature.
What am I planting my flag on? Planting my flag on the fact that it's an estimation of deaths that's likely underestimated. All of the research and data proves that.
But even if, like I said, I grant you that they're underestimated. That's not, again, you can't associate it with the vaccine at all. You can't link those two.
Yes,
you
I
can. But no.
I can link and say that evidence suggests that.
Yeah, you can, but that's why, why you're ignoring. And that's
not an improper claim.
And I understand why you're ignoring, because it explicitly says on the VAERS website, do not link these events. It's not designed to make these links.
That's
like saying if you read an abstract of a study and a study says something in the abstract and then I find something in the methodology that makes me question the abstract, and then you go, well, you can't say that because the abstract doesn't say that. It's like, no, I'm looking at the data and the data says something and I'm drawing an inference from the data. I don't care what their abstract says. I'm looking at the data. The data has consistently shown that VAERS reports underestimate when compared to studies that are done post hoc of actual deaths.
And are you saying that you're equally qualified to analyze all data? Like I can give you any data set and you...
What level of appealed authority is that?
Well, no, because it's like you saying...
I explained the entire process.
Yeah, but
bringing in my ability to look at all data or anything like that is absurd.
Well, no, because, at least from what I understood, and maybe I'm incorrect, it says that you looked at the data, and thus that is the reason why you are drawing that link. And that's why it says it on the CDC website too, because you are likely, I'm not qualified to make those links. I would argue that you're not qualified, and
I'm not making that link. What I'm making,
he's not making a link. He's making a Bayesian inference. It's not a link. It's called a Bayesian inference. It's because he says that there's a probability here, and he's looking at the data, and it shows him there's a probability of him forming this opinion over that, based on his ability to identify things. So we don't have like a perfect set of anything. You don't have a perfect set of data. Because again, when you say something is more safe than not or more safe than the virus, you're basing that on data. And then we show you that the data was potentially compromised. Nobody investigated the compromise in the data that was used to approve the EUA. So, okay, all of us are working based on Bayesian analysis of some sort. You analyze in favor of vaccinating right now, and he is analyzing in favor of something else. It's not like this retreat towards certainty and requirement for certainty that doesn't exist in any position.
No, but
two.
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, two quick things. One, just to make a really easy example of what I think you're saying, Scott, and tell me if I'm wrong when I say this. It's as if I had a trick coin that 70% of the time it's going to land on heads, and the 30% of the time it's going to land on tails. I flip the coin, cover it, and I ask you, what do you think? He's like, well, it's most likely going to be heads. You're not saying that it is heads.
I'm not saying it's heads.
Likely.
I'm saying it's most likely heads. And
Okay,
if you tell me
yeah.
it's most likely tails, I'm going to be like, well, no, it's most likely heads because we know that 70% of the time it's heads. That doesn't. Neither of us know whether or not it's heads or tails to them.
That's a layman's example of what a type of Bayesian or property cluster analysis, how it works. That you make a sort of estimate of, are you identifying things correctly, and you might be identifying things without even having the possibility of finding out what the actual coin is in your example.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you wouldn't like you wouldn't say it's a fair test. You wouldn't say it's a 50-50 at that point, because you have evidence suggesting that it's not.
Mm-hmm. And then also, I just want to make sure of. Well, I have one more thing. I want to make sure I understood. Do you, Scott, or not Scott? Sorry, Cory. I think Cory. That you were saying a couple times when you were saying back to the how VAERS goes against the narrative that Scott would be saying. And just so I understand, are you pretty much saying that it goes against this narrative that they're trying to shut down this kind of information by making VAERS available for people to see? Like the fact that they're letting you look at this information that goes with what you're saying, particularly that there are people dying from the vaccine, that the fact that that information is out there for you means that they're not trying to stop you from knowing that information. Is that kind of what you were getting at?
Essentially, that is my, if the narrative is safe and effective, well, I don't know how you can in same breath saying the narrative is safe and effective, but then here's all the data to, make the court case against us. Here's all the evidence. I think that's and I think the key difference is I am not mining the VAERS database for any data because, I know that it should not be analyzed. I'm not qualified to analyze it, to draw any links. Like, sure, am I just maybe in their mind bowing to authority on what it says on the website, as in don't draw any links? But I think it's clear where I'm coming from that, I'm not qualified to make or draw conclusions from that, and nor should anybody else, unless you are actually qualified
that's false.
to do it.
You're absolutely qualified to look at things and draw conclusions from it. You can look at data and statistics and draw conclusions from it. They don't have to be conclusions that are set in stone. They don't have to be conclusions that you take as fact. You are absolutely qualified to look at a set of data and then look at what occurs normally and make what Casimir is saying, a Bayesian analysis or inference, and say, okay, this is typically what happens, so this is evidence that suggests that. It's not the same thing as a peer-reviewed scientific article where they do the best to isolate variables. That's just stronger evidence, sure, but that's not perfect either, right?
We have also. Do you recognize there's a logical problem here? Let's say that you're right. We just accept your argument. VAERS is entirely unreliable, and we
not entirely unreliable.
Sorry. Let's just. The argument was that none of us can read it. Okay, it's true. None of us can read it. I don't understand how any of us on an individual level can provide informed consent based on the information that's available to me. Like, say, you can prove to me conclusively that I don't have the evidence to claim that the vaccine is unsafe, but I have no way to left me with no pathway to verify and make an informed medical decision, because because the only way for me to do that is to trust a study, to go on any streamer on Twitch, any other streamer that will show me all of the studies that support the safety, but none of those studies addresses the fact that they're basing their data on those laboratories, one of which was already proven to be compromised. How many others were compromised? We don't know. No, did somebody check? No, they didn't. So is your data rigorous? I don't know. Maybe you know. Maybe you know more than me.
So to hopefully answer your question as best I can, we have ways of hopefully, let's say, providing informed consent with other therapeutics. This is why we have, let's say, patient inserts with drugs. or even like when you buy any sort of bottle of Tylenol, they don't give you a database full of whatever numbers and adverse events. They just give you a brief breakdown of overall things that are potential side effects of Tylenol. The same thing holds true. I mean,
Tylenol isn't protected though. Tylenol, if I take a Tylenol and I immediately overdose because the dosage was false, I go and I sue them. My family, my survivors will sue them and will get full compensation because the Tylenol was supposed to have this dose and they lied on the dosages.
Here's a patient insert.
Yes,
this is how we provide.
That's not analogous. That's that's some medication that potentially you're taking or that I could be taking, but that medication is not protected by the same rules. A vaccine might come in with the same sheet, but it doesn't allow you to do anything with it. They could literally they could inject you with a poison, and there's no consequence for that. Obviously, they don't. I'm not saying that they are, but you can't make a direct analogy between this product and the emergency use authorization and Tylenol with its track record.
Okay, so I would ask the question then, are you just completely against ever using emergency use authorization? Because this category existed, for a while. This wasn't like a made up, just like orphan drug status is not like a made up drug status. Like we have
nobody is against that. What we're against is the FDA as anarchists, right? But even in the current situation, what I'm against right now, what I'm fighting against right now, because we can go deep down into anarcho-capitalist philosophy. I'm not trying to go there. What I'm against right now is vaccine mandates, censorship, and a corporate press that works with the state to tell me what the science is and to trust the science. And when I try and use anything, any means that I have to gather data, they go, that's not good enough. Trust the science. Trust the people we tell you are trustworthy. And when a doctor does something like Dr. Nass in Maryland, who's someone that, told one lie so that she could get a patient of hers hydroxychloroquine, and then they suspend her medical license, the entire media comes out and says this kook of a doctor that was doing terrible shit by trying to get her patient medication that has been shown to work and would help this person needs to have her medical license taken away. And then they conveniently forget that this same doctor testified 7 times before Congress because she is an expert in vaccine adverse effects, testified about anthrax as well as Gulf War syndrome, and is an expert in biological warfare and has created her own systems and models of being able to compare the difference between what is biological warfare and pandemics that are naturally occurring. And they just call this person a kook, and they use and then they tell her that in order to get her medical license back or to avoid punishment by the court, she needs to subject herself to state-paid psychiatric evaluation. When we see shit like that, and then someone comes around and goes, shut up, bigot, trust the science. This is the narrative. Like, these are the science. And then I try and do my own shit, and I try and bring up other things. Like there's a whole chasm of shit that is involved here, right? It's not just simply like when we can isolate one thing at a time and be like, why should we or should we not use VAERS? But the problem is that I think you got to zoom out a little bit and realize that we have a bunch of corrupt institutions that should not be trusted and have been proven to be untrustworthy. And when we prove them to be untrustworthy, they go, don't worry about it. You don't need to see the emergency use authorization because it says it's nearly identical or necessarily the same as the FDA approved. And I'm like, well, how'd that approval process go? And they go, well, sometime in the next 55 to 75 years, we'll let you know. Go ahead and get the vaccine. We're mandating it. Meanwhile, we know that process was corrupted because we have whistleblowers saying that this data is not secure. And we know that the FDA doesn't do their own research. What they do is they depend upon companies to do research for them, and then they go and they audit it. And when they audited it, what they found was that the data was corrupt, and we're not allowed to have any of that fucking information. So yeah, I have what I would consider a healthy level of skepticism. And I use what data I have and draw inferences that I have to try and determine whether or not something is safe to me. That's not me being a conspiracy theorist or me being crazy. And I understand that VAERS says, don't fucking use this data to draw conclusions because it's not the same thing as a scientific peer-reviewed study. And I understand that. That being said, looking at the fucking data, looking at all the research that we've done in the past, and the data tends to be underneath the actual deaths. And then I'm hearing other people from places that I know are corrupt institutions, things that I know are corrupt, not just because they're corrupt institutions by definition from my philosophy, but that they literally have whistleblowers saying that this shit is corrupt and they won't let people view the documents. And I look at that, and those are the same people funding and working with the Trusted News Initiative, right? I've been doing research on that. That's fucking terrifying. You should look into that, because that's some of the scariest shit ever, when the Canadian, United States, and UK government are giving hundreds of millions of dollars to work with social media companies, the BBC, CBC, CNN, and several other media, Washington Post, and several other media institutions, giving them money and having workshops on how they can combat medical misinformation, what they define as medical misinformation. Start putting all this shit together, and it's like, no, you can't use the VAERS. No, dude, I can make my own inferences and conclusions by logically looking at things. And the idea that I should just, like, sorry, I'm just like mad and I'm ranting now. But like, dude, I'm against a lot of shit, and shit that everyone should be against.
And I respect and understand your passion, because I know this is, a serious ethical situation for you. And there's a lot to engage with there that I'll do my best. But what I will bring up is that, if you are going to point the finger as all these institutions are corrupt, but then in the same vein, rely on an institution's reporting database to, cultivate or foster your argument. Like, I don't know how you hold these. Like, the CDC is an institution, and the VAERS comes from the CDC, which is an institution. So how are you trusting the VAERS reports then?
I mean, define trust. Do the best that you can with the information that you have available.
But it seems like you're almost then at that point kind of cherry picking at the same time, saying, well, the FDA's corrupt, so I can't trust the approval process and emergency use authorization. But the VAERS from the CDC, this other institution,
dude, you're not talking to an anarcho-communist. I don't simply look at all institutions by very nature trustworthy. I look at data. I look at, and I infer and I make inferences off of that. The VAERS data has been shown time and time again, right, to be an estimation that tends to underrepresent. That is me not trusting them, for the record, right? I don't trust VAERS data because I know that it tends to be reported. But I trust things to be what they are or what they appear. I trust that VAERS appears over and over again to be what it is. I trust that the FDA appears to be corrupt as fuck multiple times over. Again, I do the best I can with the data. Like, when looking at the CDC vaccine schedule, right? My kids have had all their vaccines except for rotavirus. Why? Because rotavirus doesn't do anything except make your kid vomit for a day or two and they get better. And because Dr. Paul Offit sits on the seat that is allowed to fucking determine the vaccine schedule, and by the way, just happens to own patents on the fucking rotavirus, right? It's not a problem. And even if we had an outbreak, the only thing you need to worry about with rotavirus is access to clean water and saline. Like, it's just not something that I need to vaccinate my kids for. So I didn't. And lo and behold, they actually caught it and they were sick for a day or two. It happens. Right? Like I trust, that doesn't mean that I trust the fucking CDC. It just means that I look at it, I look at something and I say, there's a pattern here. This appears to be the pattern time and time again. Okay, so I'm making a Bayesian analysis that the pattern will continue based off of probability. And the pattern with VAERS is time and time again, the pattern shows that its estimation tends to be a bit of a low ball compared to the deaths once we research it. Look at the FDA and I say, I see hundreds of incidents of corruption between large pharmaceutical companies and the FDA and the state approval process. I look at the EpiPen, I look at insulin, I look at the Oxycontin situation, looking at what we can see with this vaccine. And again and again and again, it's a revolving door of people that work at the FDA and then go get jobs of six-figure salaries at these companies that do a shitty job fucking policing who they're supposed to police with legislation that's written to benefit large corporations through regulatory capture.
Okay, so there's a lot to engage with there. That again, I'll do my best. And well, yeah, I guess it seems like you have trust in institutions just on some sort of spectrum, and it seems like you have the most distrust against the FDA, and I don't know, it seems like you have some semblance of trust on the CDC.
No.
So
gave that giant speech and you didn't understand what I said. I trust things to continue in the patterns that I see. I trust the CDC as much as I trust the FDA, and then I trust the FDA to be what it is, which is corrupt and constantly works through regulatory capture. I trust the CDC to be what it is in terms of VAERS. I trust it to be a pattern of underreporting vaccine adverse effects when compared to studies afterward. It's not a matter of like how much I hate or dislike them. Right? I hate all government. I'm a fucking anarchist. Eventually, I don't want to see them burn because I don't think people are ready for freedom. But it would be a sad day.
What you just said though is when you said that the FDA you trust to be continue its pattern of being corrupt, and then when you said I trust the CDC in the sense of VAERS that it will underreport things. If that's your stance you're taking, then it sounds like you mistrust the FDA more. You're saying the FDA is corrupt. You're not saying the CDC is corrupt.
I literally just gave an example of how the CDC is corrupt in their vaccine scheduling.
But when you gave what you just said, the trajectory of the FDA is more corruption. You didn't say that for the CDC. So you believe that they're both just as corrupt and just as bad? If you had to pick one to trust more or the other, you're like equal completely. Just making sure.
If I had to pick which one to trust more than the other in terms of like putting my faith in them to do good things for me, I will always lean on the side of I actively distrust government. I am an anarchist.
Okay.
Casimir, you're muted.
State institution.
It's I should say you don't need to be an anarchist to distrust this institution. You can
fair.
If you want to understand very slowly and sort of in a very understandable way, if you want an explanation of why you should distrust American institutions, there was a great interview between Curtis Yarvin and Tucker Carlson. I promise you, if you hate Tucker Carlson, he was just giggling like a schoolgirl and was silent for most of it. Listen to the way Curtis Yarvin talks about this system. And the way he explains the incentive structures, it takes about 30-minute timestamp into the interview where he starts going over this case in this example. And if you remember that mechanism, you just have to believe that it exists, like the mechanism of politics influencing decision making. The idea that somebody gets promoted faster for higher positions if they present something that is actionable by the government. That alone is enough to not trust people. That alone is enough. That alone creates a perverse system of incentives, because it steers you away from, for example, existing therapeutics.
Am I going to sit here and say that all these institutions are absolutely corrupt-free or free from bad actors? No, absolutely not. And I take your point that I agree with you that some of the incentives are all wrong, or at least incentivize the wrong things. But it seems like you want to kind of move to a model of like multiple FDAs and like they fight it out, and whichever one has the better approval process and let the bodies fall where they may, then that's the best institution.
No, but the bodies are already falling where they may. The bodies are like, people are getting harmed right now, really hard. And you provided me with one example earlier of the multiple competing FDAs where one of them, in one of the countries, one scientist actually found something good. And you present this as an example of this will happen like under a private system, but the example wasn't a private system at all. It was just competing government bodies and one case. But we have all of these other cases where they're failing. Like when I was a lefty in the 90s and in like the early 2000s, or like centrist, someone like that, and I was in New York City reading The Village Voice, which is like a hard left publication right now. They were talking about the FDA revolving door back then, 20 years ago. So it's not even a political thing. It's just that the FDA in particular is a revolving door, meaning you approve a drug and then you start working for the company of which you just approved the drugs, and those are the same people, and they keep their investments as they go in and out, like they stay invested in those companies. None of this makes any sense. It didn't make sense to the editor of the Village Voice back 20 years ago. We still have this. So whatever hypothetical system we can imagine, how can it be worse? Why are we not trying something new? And
which is why, like, to counter, or at least rather to maybe bolster that, which is why I'm in favor of abolishing intellectual property, among other things, to ensure that doesn't happen. Where I agree with you that is totally a problem. Where, like, yeah, if it's a revolving door, and the person that receives the patent or is part of the patent is part of the FDA, or like they start at the FDA and they migrate to the company that has the patent, like, yeah, I agree with you. That's an awful process, and that should be eliminated. But I don't know that you eliminate it by just abolishing the institution or creating competing regulatory agencies and hoping that they get it right, because I think, again, I don't know for sure because it's hypothetical, but I think we have a preview of that happening.
No, you don't have a preview, because here's the difference. When I want to order a medical service in advance, let's say I need to have a plastic surgery, I am able to go right now. I'm not going to use the FDA. I'm not going to use any government institution. I'm going to be looking. I'm going to have time to shop around. I'm going to find somebody who's recommended. I'm going to look at customer reviews. I'm going to find out, because I'm going under the knife, right? But it's not an emergency. So because it's a non-emergency, the government shouldn't get involved. Now, if I suffer a heart attack, I don't care which hospital I get to immediately,
Right,
so unless it's on my card, right? I just want to get somewhere. I just want somebody to get me into treatment as soon as possible. And so in emergencies, yes, you might have, you might have some point, but we're past, like, the emergency has passed. And we're already in the realm where we have evidence that something is going wrong. We have evidence that the emergency process has failed. The report of the whistleblower should have halted everything. And furthermore, we have like an issue. We also have a built-in issue. You asked me to bite the bullet earlier, like about half an hour ago, on the current emergency use authorization. You said, well, then we will never have one that we trust. But no, that's not the case. We don't trust this current one, and we don't trust it because there was like a whistleblower, and there is evidence that the FDA didn't check it. So that is enough to say, stop, nobody receive any more doses until we go back, because the EIU is under threat, and everybody behaves in the government as if nothing happened.
Oh wait, so it's because if I remember correctly, that whatever the whistleblower you're talking about came after the emergency use authorization. So it's only like once you've learned to the whistleblower, then you were against the emergency use authorization, or you were against it all along.
So I was against it when I was not against the emergency use authorization because I don't have data to be against it. But now that I have the data, when somebody says that the entire part of the research that occurred in Texas by this subsidiary is wrong, like she just claims that, and there are people there that confirm her words, and then there are leaks that confirm her words. So that means that one of the legs, like one of the companies that Pfizer hired, is a fraudulent company. Now, that's if the FDA reviewed their fraud back in like March and whenever it was happening, when it was being approved, if the FDA reviewed that claim and removed that particular data from the rest, and we would have found out about it now, it would have been bad because of secrecy. We would have said, oh, it's bad that the FDA kept it away from us, but at least they performed their duty.
Right.
We found out that they didn't do anything. They received a whistleblower report, and they were like, "Oh, it didn't happen. We're doing nothing about it." it's now normally the FDA should do spot checks, right? Like randomly, it doesn't have enough work to check every research. So somebody should be going to like one of the 10 places and checking them out. And they did that, but as they were doing that, they received a direct report that, hey, in this particular place, they're not doing a randomized trial. They breached. Like that's a level of violation where the entire thing gets scrapped from that source. And if it affected everything down the line, then everything falls down domino style. Because the issue is that the safety report was very, very close if you read it. They actually read the data.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding correctly, you were kind of neutral towards the emergency use authorization. And then that whistleblower report swayed you towards being against it. Is that a fair assessment?
In this particular case, yes. In this particular case, I'm not understanding how it's not retracted, for these vaccines. At least for Pfizer. Now, for the others, it's already been soft retracted. Like Moderna is not recommended in the European Union. So if we lose
Johnson
Moderna,
Johnson.
In Johnson we lost AstraZeneca had issues, but then Johnson & Johnson has issues and not recommended. Pfizer is supposed to be the gold standard, and the leak hits Pfizer.
Right, and that's where I would sort of, let's say, even granting you that whistleblower report, but we do have, and sure, you can say that the data collection process was corrupted in the beginning, but we have data coming out currently, and so yes, we can assess.
Wait, how do you have current data? But collected by whom?
Well, collected by scientists and, well, yes, institutions, because that's what we have, as much as you might be against certain institutions. We still have, despite the whistleblower and, let's say, even granting you the early errors in data collection during the development of Pfizer, we have more up-to-date information about the Pfizer vaccines that has been published recently. And it's from there then that we can, assess the situation. Sure, you can say that there are concerns with emergency use authorization in the beginning, but you could also go to updated data saying, okay, despite those flaws, are we seeing a signal in terms of adverse events with the Pfizer vaccine or any other vaccine? It almost seems like you're not. It seems like you're not evolving with the situation. You're just saying well, there was a whistleblower, raising all these red flags with the Pfizer trials, and sure, I can even grant you that. But then, what about current data that's recently published?
Okay, so
not
the problem
evolving. I think
there,
are the mandates. That's what we have an issue with.
No, the mandate isn't. I agree with you, but there's a separate issue here. Okay, so the only person who can verify this. That we have in position to verify this, that can ask for these things, because they are the ones protecting it. The government protects the patents of these companies. They're protecting their intellectual property, but while they're doing so, the government is also the regulator that can go in and verify that everything that's happening in any trial is correct. And then I see that the government, at the very start of this process, failed once. And the response to the failure was not chief of the FDA resigned. Nope. That particular company got fired by Pfizer.
Hold on. Actually, now that we have the whistleblower data, we know why other FDA officials did resign. Because there were FDA officials that resigned because they were being forced by the Biden administration to grant emergency use authorization. And they were saying, we think this entire thing is being choked on us and forced on us, and it's corrupt. And people were like, wait, what? Why was that happening? I wonder if they knew I wonder what they knew.
He's asking you, why can't I trust the new trials that are happening by independent body, by other scientists?
I know. I was just adding a little bit of context when you said.
Yes, but there is a problem that who's watching the watcher? The person who's supposed to watch the watcher, has failed totally, and no consequences.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify, when you said that these FDA officials were forced out by the Biden administration.
That's not what it said.
Oh, okay, then I misheard.
No, I'm saying they quit because the Biden administration was basically saying, you better approve this, and they didn't want to, so they quit.
Wasn't emergency use I don't actually, but wasn't emergency?
Sorry,
I don't
FDA
remember.
approval. FDA approval, not emergency.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, it wasn't emergency authorization
it
pre
was
Biden
FDA
administration.
It was FDA approval for the Pfizer vaccine. They
Okay.
didn't want to do it.
Okay, that I can't attest to. I'll take your word for it.
Full
But
approval in
Scott.
order to do the mandates. Like to just.
I don't want to. Also, Cory, I don't want to like. I didn't want to bring this up, but maybe we should talk about the emergency use authorization. I have an article. I'll link it to you later on if you want, where I reviewed the legal requirements, and there is an issue there because what they basically do is they're shuffling around various therapies that exist. They're making sure that those therapies are applying only very narrowly to people, and they're doing that precisely
up, guys?
because things
Stop
that
the
are
count.
more
Stop the
effective
steal.
potentially than the vaccine would completely undermine that emergency use authorization, and including the I keep pronouncing it wrong, the Pfizer Comor, whatever that their main vaccine is
yeah,
called.
Comer, Narty, blah, like awful name.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. That approval, that is the thing that's approved, but it's been half a year since approval, and we still can't get it on the shelves. We're still getting the other one. Like Scott is telling that, but I don't even understand how that's a thing. Like, how is that a thing that all the other vaccines didn't instantly lose their emergency use authorization? Why was this even enabled? And now we find that they have issues. So we have something that passed approval, and we didn't shift manufacturing to the thing that passed approval. Instead, we're getting the copy, and then we know that there is like liability issues. Why that's an advantage to the company.
Right.
I'm not sure I'm fully comprehending your argument
Okay.
in terms, like, you have to walk me
So,
through.
I think Casimir,
Right now, if I go to the pharmacy and I get injected with Pfizer, that pharmacy, that dose that I will receive is going to be still, like right now, I'm talking about the current date. That dose is not going to be Comirnaty. It's going to be something else.
Ronald Reagan.
Some
Ronald
different
Reagan.
batch or lot.
Casimir.
Not the
No,
batch of the-
Casimir. Mark had a hard out at 10:30 p.m. his time, because he's got to wake up early for work. And I appreciate the stream. I appreciate what everybody has done. We're probably gonna wrap it up because I know that you're passionate. No, I know that you're passionate, but I
appreciate
also
the
know
passion.
that you promised to go through some of this stuff on Cory's stream. So I'm gonna hold you to it. And also, Cory would have to understand. Cory's Canadian, so he's
Yeah,
like
I'm stupid.
Well, no, it's not that he's stupid. It's just that like you might want to send him that article first because the strict legal stuff of the FDA approval process and everything like that is going to be a little bit more foreign to Cory as someone that's like not an American that's living under that regularly. So cut him a little slack and let him read that article first
Yeah,
before you guys
I have
continue your
Health Canada,
discussion.
which is like some 2-bit operation, compared to the FDA.
Yeah. Did anybody else here have any final questions that they wanted to do before we dip out?
Can I send a link in your chat or no? Should I
You're
just
in the
send it?
Discord now.
Cory?
And so here's the
Okay.
deal about being
We'll
in
do
the
that.
Discord. My Discord, way better than our stream. Our Discord's way better than our stream. It's better than our fucking YouTube channel. It's better than our Rumble channel that we just started. So if you're a boomer and you're on Rumble and then you want to be a part of the Rumble, go ahead and give us a follow on Rumble. But there is a tab under information called sources. Then there's one called sources COVID. There's probably, I don't know, 200 articles and a lot of unlocked research.
I just put it in
Say.
the general. My bad.
Fuck IP
Okay,
laws.
Get to Cory though.
I got two quick things.
and-
One was
And
the
also,
question-
congratulations on the new apartment, Mark. I know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Cory.
When you guys said about FDA employees leaving under Biden, you said for him pushing over FDA approval, because I thought it was about the booster plan that he was proposing, or is that two different things?
It was FDA approval for boosters.
Oh, for boosters specific. Okay, I didn't know if it was
Right.
FDA approval for
They
that.
wanted.
Okay.
They were like, dude, there's not enough evidence and data
Okay.
for us to suggest boosters right now. Like, we need more research to suggest whether or not this is something we can approve. They were like, no, you're gonna get it done. And they were like, yeah, go fuck yourself, we're out. Like, I don't like, it was people that had integrity that said that they didn't like the White House administration. It's not a Biden thing. I don't think this is a left-right thing. We fucking hate Trump too. It's the administration pushing the FDA to do what they're supposed to do, that is supposed to be independent from that type of pressure. And they ethically just disagreed with that type of pressure being.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that was the claim that you guys were talking about. And then one more thing, I don't want to get into a huge debate before this thing finishes. I just want to make sure I understood something that you guys said earlier. So you guys are pretty much fully against the FDA, and in a scenario that you gave, Scott, is almost as if it were up to me, no matter what medication I was looking for, I would look it up on my own, do some of my own research, and then go to my doctor, read that my doctor is apparently telling me shit, go to another doctor who now I'm supposed to believe is like, okay, well, maybe I trust this doctor. I don't know if I want to live in a...
No. The idea would be that some people would do that.
Mm-hmm.
Not everyone would do that. But because some people do that, because, hypochondriacs exist in the world, right? And some people really like to do their own research, and some people have diseases that require a lot of attention. Like anybody that has like an autoimmune disorder, or anybody that has like a degenerative disease or a rare disease, knows that they have to educate themselves on their disease, and we'll often find plenty of doctors that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And then they're like, great, and they just know that that's part and parcel of that life. What I'm talking about is you have multiple institutions that exist that approve drugs, companies that for profit say, or maybe even charity companies, right, that say that doctors maybe pay money to, or part of your medical insurance you pay money to. It says this company says this is okay. And the idea is that when they're competing, right, some companies will approve drugs for your insurance, and some companies, different insurance companies, may approve drugs, et cetera, et cetera. So you get to shop around. And when you get to shop around, the most effective company that has the least amount of lawsuits, that is the most accurate in terms of what drugs are actually good and should be used and what dosages, and approving and paying attention to that, will be the ones that survive. So the company that is able to provide people with accurate information, accurate approval, and works the best with doctors and insurance companies will be the ones that are ultimately successful because of informed citizens in the market. Doesn't mean that every person has to be an informed citizen. You could just be somebody that has the insurance company that you like, and this is the company they run with, and you're good to go with it, and you're happy with that.
Two major things I would pull on, and I don't want to, and we can definitely go into this later. You say it doesn't have to be a large amount, but I have a worry about a informed consumer, because I don't think we have informed consumers right now for the most part. That's what I would believe, at least, in the market for general things. And then two, even in that world, I don't know if I would want to live in a world where I have to second guess or do my own research just to live a healthy life. I would prefer to live in a world
that world today. And it's called the FDA approval process. You live in that world.
But it's one institution that I have to look at that I can weigh that and be like, they do it for me, kind of a thing.
Right. And I'm saying you could do that in our society. Difference is that you would have a choice of different institutions. And you could pick the one that you trust. Or you could be a gay man in 1990 and you could be dying from HIV and AIDS, and the FDA can be telling you, fuck you, take your AZT, instead of the drugs that actually work and the vitamins that actually help you.
True. Or I could live in a world today where I just have a basic problem, and I just happen to fall upon the FDA of my choice that just is spouting out lies that I didn't do enough research into, and now I'm sucked down that hole. So
absolutely.
So that's where I think,
and those companies will ultimately fail.
They might fail. They're not going to fail immediately, and there's people that will be hurt by them. And I think that would probably, I would think that would lead to more harm, but we don't have to go too deep into it right now.
Yeah.
I just want to touch that a little bit.
I'm saying you're living in that world under the FDA. I get what you're saying. We could have a totally much longer argument about that. If you ever want to come and hang out, or if you just want to argue with people on Discord. Like I said, I have a lively debate group of people on Discord. You just watched a clip from our Twitch channel, Fabian Liberty. If you like content like this, please like and subscribe here on YouTube, or go ahead and give us a follow on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty.